So hopefully that'll be sufficient. If I start having more coughing fits, I may just have to stop for the night, which I really, really don't want to do. So, here we are. Oh, hang on. Here we are. Continuing our look at the Zangarmarsh. Now, as you can see, there's quite a few of the extensive mushroom growths here. Even mushrooms all the way over all on the ground and whatnot. As you can see here. I mean, this marsh is just filled with mushrooms. They're everywhere. It's ridiculous. I think I would need more like Asuna right now, actually. Throat is still bothering me, I'm not going to lie to you guys, but I got tired of laying there and coughing. So I figured, screw it. We'll do it live. You can see there's kind of like glowing mushrooms down here too. And hey, there's some of the mushroom giants down here too. So as you can see, the Zangarmarsh is very Zangarmarshy. Definitely the Zangarmarsh down here. As you can see. It did rain a little bit since the last time we were here. We've had a little bit of a rain spot, but it's okay. I think overall we'll be okay. You know, it's not too much. We can still do our quest. We just need to find the Naga. For some reason, I'm not seeing a lot of Naga around here. It's kind of strange. Unfortunately, I don't think anyone gets the joke. So I kind of wanted to show you a direct parallel. So this is the base of the Zanger Sea. This is what it used to look like. And I just wanted to point out that these massive mushrooms and growths were not a new thing. Now you might be like, well, what do you mean? This used to be... Well, okay. Remember how I mentioned that the Zangarmarsh used to be a sea? Yeah, see what I mean? And as you can see, the Zanger growth, which I mentioned earlier, is actually kind of working in this direction, even 20-some years ago, starting to call up to the sea. There's one other thing I want to show off before we go back to the present, while we're here in the past. That's that Canada Dry is still awesome. I should already have that. Ah. Blech. There we go. Yeah, the Zanger Sea is actually quite beautiful. As you can see, the mushrooms go all the way up to the shoreline here in some cases. Actually, I think it's kind of a different situation. Personally, as a one-joker, the long answer is we don't know. The short answer is the primals, of course, were directly being controlled by the primal lords, right? Basically, leftovers of the old elemental lords. Exactly, Cashel. That's where all the Canada Dry in the world comes from, is from the Zanger Sea. But it's actually, in my opinion, nothing is controlling the Zanger growth. It's literally just natural fungal growth. In fact, there's actually a raid boss in Heimal that has to do with that. There's one last thing I want to show off before we go back to the present. I think I already said that. I probably should have eaten before I started streaming again. Whatever. I laid down. I slept. What do you want from me? Well, I laid down and drank. Excuse me. That's. What do you want from me? So this is actually an area called Zangara. Now, as you can see, this is quite a distance from the Zangarmarsh area over there, and nowhere near as large, but as you can see, completely overgrown with the same kind of creatures that exist in the Zangarmarsh, like the shamblers, spore bats are all over the place over here, and of course, lots and lots of podlings. Some of you don't know what I was talking about when I said, you know, Sporelocks used to be podlings. These guys right there These little guys. These are podlings. Think of them like a plant form of Ewoks is probably a good way to explain them. Hey, the 22. What's up? We don't know exactly what the connection is between the Zangara over here and the Zangarmarsh, other than the fact that obviously there is a clear-cut connection between the two. It is possible, since we do also see some of the fungal growth all the way up in Gorgrond, right around here at the Crimson Fen. It is possible that this just showcases how widespread the Zangara were getting, the Zanger spore growth was getting. Hang on a second, turn that down a little bit, and so it is possible, and this is ironic if this is true, that the only reason that the Zanger outgrowth, the Zanger spreading, stopped spreading and didn't coat the entire world was because of the world being broken into Outland, which means they may have to actually deal with that in the future in Draenor. Not that we care, because nobody cares about alternate Draenor. By the way, if anybody has an Alliance or Horde level 90 plus mage on a US server, please let me know, for reasons that'll become clear. The moment I ask that, you probably already know why I'm asking that. Hey Husky, what's up? And yeah, hey game, yeah, the fight is its own thing. Alright, so here we are in present-day Zangarmarsh, and again, you can see the obvious similarities even with the so-called, ground here. And what it looks like when the water has been receded. You see the same mushroom style, the same thing. This is again why I say I personally think that this place was a sea before the Naga showed up, and then it was drained, rather than it was a sea until Outland, the Outland incident, and then it started being drained. That's just my take on it. Again. Okay, so let me go ahead and ask why I'm asking. I would love to get a portal to the Pandaria starter zones so I could have really quick and easy transportation access on these relatively new characters. I mean, right now my hearth is in Stormwind, which is okay, but it would be nice to have access to be able to go basically anywhere at will. So if anybody could get me a portal to the Pandaria capital zones, either Horde or Alliance, that would be fantastic to help assist in that particular endeavor. So, we have a bunch of quests to turn in here. Why don't we go ahead and start doing those?
The winds guide you.
You have my gratitude, Xylom, and that of the Watchers. They will be heartened to hear you can continue their work to the south without fear of attack.
May the eternal sun shine upon thee.
I am honored.
Oh, good. Those marsh beasts have no right to invade the homes of the Sporelocks. It would be better if these creatures would learn to live in harmony, but when that's not possible, we'll be here to take care of the situation. Please take one of these as thanks for your help. Oh, thank you. I'll take your terrible-looking plate gear. Oh, yeah, that's terrible-looking. Fantastic.
Elune light your path.
Akal Hekta.
Did you find my belongings? The cave's not far from here. Oh, my things, it's all here, thank you. As promised, I will give you this incredibly terrible-looking blue and red gear, which will be fantastic for the Skittles suit.
So long.
If we ever go back to it. Back up there. BDO. What is BDO? Black Depths Onslaught? Barrels Destroy Oshagar? I need both, Hylisk. I want one. I want one of each, basically. So it's good to see you. Ah, good job. I had a feeling you'd do well to shed any feelings of remorse you might harbor. The Naga are vicious creatures, even more so than the Azerothian ones.
Be careful.
Black Desert. Ah, Black Desert Online. No, I don't really have any big intentions to play it. I played around with... I mean, I might try it out if I get a hold of a free copy or whatever, but I'm not going to pay money for it. Alright, so now we're going to go to a Draenei encampment that has been set up. Hang on. 10 minutes. I may also be about to leave. Apparently I started the stream up back in the worst possible time. So you have Horde, Hylisk? Give me a second. As long as we're both on US, it doesn't matter. Because you can group across servers. So all you need to do is have someone on a US server. So hang on. Hylisk, could you switch really quick? I'd just like to get this over with really quick before we continue through the Lorerun. This is something I tried to actually get done before we actually started the Lorerun, but I actually had some difficulties getting a hold of players who had high-level mages. And I tried just asking around in general chat, and apparently people are horrible and terrible. So that didn't happen either. Here, I'll go ahead and head towards Shatrith to make it easy for you, Hylisk. So, who out there would be really, really grateful if they finally got rid of this US European server crap? Now, keep in mind, I'm one of the people who understands why they keep that distinction and why they distinguish the servers. I get that. But remember that that's kind of an artificial distinction. Or, to phrase this a little bit differently, the main reason for the server differences is the European servers are over there and the English servers are over here. Or the US servers are over here. It's actually the Americas, because it's like all of the American bands over here. So I get that. So I get that for like performance reasons, but I don't get restricting it. I can't actually group with European players, of which I have several viewers, who can't, because of the fact that they're on a European server. And I hate that crap. Hang on, is Hylisk... Oh, by the way, I'm sorry, Hylisk, I don't actually have, I do not have a Night Elf Priest, sorry. And I don't have any character slots, although, I guess I could make a Night Elf Priest on another server. That might work out. So if you still need it, let me know. Yes, I do, Zilon Joker. I remember when selling mage portals was a big deal. Just a second. I'm texting my order to a very good friend who is ready to... Oh, you got it. Okay, excellent. I'm texting my order because someone who is very awesome is going to get me lunch, and they deserve many gratitudes. Is he here yet? Oh, there he is. Excellent. And then I'll switch to my alliance for Ravenwind over there. So you might be... so some of you who don't really know this game might wonder why this is so useful to me and why this is something I'm very grateful for. I'll go ahead and explain very simply. You may have noticed, if you've ever seen me play this game like ever before, that pretty much all... Oh, I should go grab this real quick. Pretty much all of my characters are Hearth tier. And by pretty much, I mean literally all of my characters, except for the new characters for the Lorerun. Except for the new ones for the Lorerun are Hearth tier. Now, ignoring the fact that this is a pretty cool capital city, which I rather tend to enjoy the aesthetics of and the music of and all that fun stuff, that's not really the big reason. The really big reason I'll show you as soon as I actually get the Hearth point. I really don't want to forget it.
We can do business.
Make this in
Keep
your
the
home.
peace.
Fantastic. So this is the real reason. This place has a portal hub. So I could get to Silvermoon, Undercity, Orgrimmar, and Thunder Bluff, as well as Shatrith and Dalaran. Pretty much just like that. With this place as my Hearthstone spot, I know how to get to basically everywhere in the entire game with a fairly minimal amount of time and effort. Having a portal hub is fantastic. It's one of the things I liked most about Dalaran back before they got rid of it. In fact, I kept Dalaran as my portal hub literally up until they got rid of it. So now I can just click this portal and Shazam, I am right back in Shatrith. So that is why that is so, so useful for me. And yeah, it's pretty much right next to a Hearth point too. So it's just Hearth, bam, portals. It's a great hub. The only inconvenience of it is the fact that you have to go a little bit further away in order to get to things like the bank and whatnot. So that's not the best thing. Alright, so I'm going to switch to my alliance and have the same thing done here really quick, hopefully. Okay, I do not want to know. Seriously. Yep. Probably is the one, but from what I understand, they will probably add those portals in to the new Dalaran. At least I hope so. They'd better. But yeah, for those of you not aware, those portals used to be in Dalaran, and then they got rid of them because they wanted to encourage people to not be in Dalaran. And I'm okay with that idea, but for God's sakes, just add a new portal hub. You want us to gather in a place, all you have to do is make a portal hub wherever it is you want us to gather. That's all that's required. Just bam. Yes, there. That's where I will go. You know, this is not a complicated idea. Ugh. I mean, really. So, this is a good time to talk about that another game design philosophy thing before we get really back into the Zangarmarsh, and that is transit time. Call me a weirdo, but I think probably the best game of this variety to pull off transit time is Guild Wars 1. For those of you not aware, Guild Wars 1 has two different types of zones. Adventure zones, which are basically instances that are generated the moment you walk into them, and town zones, which are shared amongst people. So if Pax and I go into an instance zone, you know, an adventure zone, that's generated just for the two of us. It's basically our own instance, right? But if we go into town, there's just one town. Well, actually, there's several layers of towns, but you get my point. That everyone shares, okay? True enough, Hylisk. So, having access to that, the way you could get around is you just pull up your map like this, in Guild Wars 1, I should say, and you're like, okay, what do we got here? I want to go to Hellfire Peninsula. Well, I've already been to the Temple of Telhamat, so double-click, bam, I'm there. That's how fast travel works in Guild Wars 1. I think it's a great in-between. You can't just be able to port anywhere instantly. That's going to cause some huge long-term problems. But you also cannot have it so that it takes too long to get around. Transit time is a huge flaw in a lot of MMOs, and WoW is no exception. No exception to that, excuse me. So, in Guild Wars 1, specifically, you have to go there first. You don't just have access to it. So you have to actually make the trip. Like, in order to go to Telhamat, for example, I would have to walk all the way through the Zangarmarsh, all the way up, and then make my way into Telhamat. Once I'm there, though, once I've unlocked it, I'm ready to go. It's basically the waypoints system, similar to the Diablo games, actually, is probably a good example of that. Okay, let's see if I can get Ravenwind in my thing here. I don't know how to invite someone without using a gamer tag. Maybe I can... Let me think about that. I should be able to do this. Give me a moment to see if this works here. Scroll up, scroll up, scroll up. Where was Ravenwind's info? I'm apparently blind. Where the heck is it? Yeah, I don't have any honey, by the way. There it is. Okay. Shayori dash Dragonblight. Let's see if that works. Hey, the portal that Hylisk put up is still there. That's actually kind of funny. Let's say I'm pretty sure I can invite people across server without needing their battle tag. And without needing to be an interactive. Like the other way, of course, you can just select someone and invite someone. That person's on a completely different server than I am. Oh, there he is. Hey, what's up? Now, there's a lot of... okay, so one of the things I've mentioned before is how MMOs... The rules don't work the same for MMOs that they do for everything else. By the way, remind me to tell you about mage portals in just a second. But in an MMO, you want to stretch out your content. Now, I know that sounds terrible, but it is an unfortunate reality. Because in real life, unless you have a very specific model, you will never be able to create content, meat, if you will, as fast as players will play through it. And you want players to keep staying subscribed so you could keep having a job, in addition to the fact that you want to be able to do more, right? You want to do better, you want to try new things, etc.
Tell me of your travels.
There we go. And so, thank you, Ravenwind, by the way. Appreciate the portal. So, if you just let them, you know, blaze through your content and then you have massive breaks in your content, you're going to have an issue. And if you try to push out content too quickly, that's either unfinished or not as much, then you're going to have people being unsatisfied by the little tidbits of content they're getting here and there. So, yeah, I didn't think there was a closer Hearthstone. So, no matter what, there's really it's kind of a no-win situation there. Shadowwrath, there it is. So, the most common thing most MMOs do is they introduce padding. It's probably the only time I will ever actually speak out in understanding of padding. Even I'm not usually in favor of it. Whoops, I'm going the wrong way. I'm turned around because I'm Alliance. So, and thank you both of you. Hylisk and Raven, thank you. That's going to be very helpful throughout the rest of the lore run. I appreciate it. So being able to stretch out the content, you know, again, sometimes you add artificial time gates. Sometimes you add... additional motivators, like you add something that players want to do that's repetitive. You know, dailies is a good example of that. Well, I shouldn't say a good example, but it is an example of that. You know, and so you add some kind of content to keep the players playing that's relatively easy to produce. But one of the other and most common forms of stretching out content is travel time. Now, it's funny because Outland specifically is probably the biggest example of this. Outland may not literally be the biggest expansion in terms of sheer terrain, you know, real estate, square mileage, I guess. It may not be the biggest in terms of square mileage, but it's kind of close, and it was done on purpose. There are actually fairly large, huge treks in between quest hubs and quest interactions and zones and whatnot, specifically to try and stretch out the content, so that people would take longer to get from point A to point B, and therefore would have, and therefore it would take longer to get them through the actual content. It is the single biggest time gate in all of WoW. And I mean that sincerely. If you looked at all of the time you spent playing and divvied out all of the time you spend just traveling, it's going to be a very large percent, probably the majority percent of all of the time you spent playing. Quick reality check. Some people think majority means greater than 51%. That's actually not true. Majority means the largest single chunk of percent. So even if it's like 30%, that might be the largest chunk, aka the majority. Yeah, there have been several MMOs where they were like, all right, here's content, and then there's huge gaps. In fact, I hate to say this because I love this game, but WoW is a very bad example of huge gaps in content. So, for example, that's a good question. I think I'll talk about that probably while I'm going through Serpent Shrine, because I have the least lore to talk about there as a one joker. So I think that's a good time to talk about that. I'm glad you liked the dinner, Myron. Damn it, I had a train of thought and it's gone. Oh well. There it is. I can't remember what I was talking about. God, I am really out of it. Thank you. So the travel time padding. Majority content. Other MMOs, right. So WoW itself has had this problem as well with huge gaps in content release. Probably the most infamous is actually the between Wrath and Cataclysm, which was a huge chunk of time. So, to give a little perspective, a big, massive, awesome, incredible, my favorite patch in the entire game came out. I'm not kidding. It was like my favorite patch in the whole game. It came out with 3 dungeons, several quests, the Legendary Chain, and of course, my favorite thing of all, Icecrown Citadel, my personal favorite raid in the entire game. And it was this huge, amazing, awesome chunk of great content. Yeah! And then there was a little patch after that that added basically one tiny quest chain and one kind of a one-off raid, Halion, which was served as a segue into Cataclysm. And then there was like a year. Forgive me for not remembering the exact timeline, but it was like a freaking year of gap in between when Halion came out and Cataclysm finally came out. Huge chunk of time with no content updates. And that was hugely damaging to the game. Of course it was. Ironically, they had this exact same problem in Pandaria. Pandaria came out and it was like, yeah! And then the next patch came out pretty soon after that. The next patch was amazing. That would have been, I guess, 5.1. 5.1 was awesome, and it had tons of great story and multiple story, and it actually varied the story between the two sides. And then 5.2 came out, Throne of Thunder, and I was like, yes, this is great, this is incredible. And then this, like, mini patch came out, which had one awesome quest chain, and then the worst, what at the time I thought was the worst thing in the whole game, which was doing the freaking grinding up, I don't even remember what the resource was, grinding up the resources in the Barrens. You remember that? For the anti-Garrosh campaign, basically. So that patch lasted for a long time. And then finally the Siege patch came out, and it's like, okay, Siege of Orgrimmar and Timeless Isle. I don't want to deride that patch because Siege of Orgrimmar was actually a really well done raid, but there was basically no real content in that patch other than the raid. Just here's Siege of Orgrimmar, and it was like, okay. And I know what you're saying. Well, what about the Timeless Isle? To which I punch you in the face because Timeless Isle was terrible. I hated Timeless Isle. I'll talk more about Timeless Isle later. I actually have a video up on YouTube where I talk about design-wise why I think the Timeless Isle was a terrible idea. And then a huge chunk of time before Warlords came out, right? Warlords, they were like, okay, we need to make content come out quicker. We need to do faster content releases. We can do this. So we're going to go ahead and have this come out. And then here's the High Mall. And then here's Blackrock. And then here's Hellfire. Now, how long has it been since 6.2 dropped? I ask because if Legion comes out in September, we will have the biggest gap with no content updates ever between the Hellfire Citadel patch, Tanan, and Legion, and the next content. The biggest gap in content ever if Legion actually comes out in September. I already did the math on that. I just forget the exact time. It's over a year. Anyways, what was I doing? I was doing quests.
Arcanon Poros.
So, on my last hunting trip, I caught sight of a new outpost being built by a group of trolls. No doubt they've begun hunting these lands, too. If they establish a permanent presence out here, the competition for food will be fierce. We cannot take direct action against them without provocation, but we can remove some of the natural competition for food. Each Mire Hydra you kill, that's 3 fewer mouths to feed.
May your days be long, and your hardships few.
Now, I like this quest, real quick, forgive me for stopping to talk about lore for a second, but I like this quest because it kind of indicates how, at this point, again, the Horde and the Alliance, despite some conflict, are still kind of in a Cold War scenario, and we don't want to directly antagonize the others, especially the Draenei do not want to directly antagonize them. You see on the Horde side, the Trolls are kind of standoffish as well. So rather than just going after the Trolls, We're instead going to go after, you know, the other things in the environment to try and make it so that we have less competition for food. I like that. And yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Legion comes out around the movie release. That would be logical. I almost hope that doesn't happen, because I almost guarantee that that means Legion will be rushed. And I've said it 1,000 times. Every time Blizzard is rushed, we get a less good product than we should have gotten. Every single time.
Open your heart to the light.
I'm sorry, Myron. I'm sorry, Reflector. And yes, you just saw a rocket. During the Orcs' war against my people, gatherers rarely left Terrador for fear of being attacked or captured. Now we venture out more often, but the Marsh is no less perilous. It seems that the Netherrays have grown bolder in the recent months. I don't know if that has something to do with more competition, but they've been attacking our foraging parties on a regular basis. If we can thin their ranks, perhaps they can learn to leave us alone.
Remain vigilant.
Mage portals. So, how many of you have been trolled by the Stonard portal? I've been in the habit since, I think BC, but definitely since Wrath. Every time a mage is casting a portal, I target them. Every single time. Because I can see them and their cast bar. And I can see the exact spell they're casting. So I can see which portal they're casting. Because all too commonly, mages think it's funny to drop a Stonard portal. And the end. I don't know what else to add to that. So that's why when Ravenwind was summoning the portal, my first thought was to go ahead and target him to make sure it was the portal I requested. Not that I would accuse you of such a thing, Ravenwind. It's just such a habit for me. When I see a mage summoning a portal, it's like, okay, gotta make sure. Yeah.
Warm wishes to you.
Terrador has seen more changes in the last 20 years than it did in the prior centuries. I cannot complain, Zalam, for the world has changed far more in that time. The light has brought me friends and companions I would not have met as a cloistered priest. Learn what you can of the past in your time here. It will help you to understand where your journey is leading you. As you know, many of Terrador's inhabitants are refugees from the war that decimated the Draenei. It is my goal to maintain Terrador as a safe haven for all our allies in the struggle, but there are some who desire to join us but feel they are not ready. We owe them whatever help we can provide, Xylon. A group of Broken, under his leadership of Ituki, have taken shelter in the ruins of an old temple northwest of Serpent Lake. Seek them out and extend your hand in friendship.
Do not lose faith.
Oh, before my people were decimated by the Orcs, Terrador served as a retreat for Draenei anchorites and spiritualists. A small order of anchorites and vindicators maintained a number of shrines in this region. During the war, we lost contact with the anchorites assigned to the shrines, particularly the Bahamut Temple to the southwest. I've heard reports that a tribe of lost ones have settled the area and may be using the ruins. Visit the ruins. Tell me what you find there. So, reality check time. WoW is not always consistent. For this and more amazing revelations, tune into my channel every day. Every now and again, WoW is wonderfully subtle, and they bother to put in something really complex or really complicated and awesome that helps flesh out the setting and the world and the story. And then the rest of the time, they just screw up. So, this is a good example of this. This city, the one that's on top of this mushroom area, and in lore is several nearby mushrooms, has been here for 20 years, aka since before this became Outland. Now, this stuff down here is actually stated by someone else, I forget, as being new. So in other words, the general idea here is that the water levels of the Zanger Sea were up to probably about here-ish, I'd say. So all of this was underwater, and that's consistent with everything else we've seen so far. And yet when we go to the northwest, we'll encounter a Draenei ruins, which is down there on the base, which is inconsistent. So, I love this game, but I feel the need to point out its flaws as much as I point out its good points as well.
The Legion's end draws near.
Prophet Valen's search for allies has emboldened those Draenei remaining in Outland to begin a search of their own. This is going
Good
to Terracar,
health,
actually. I don't even know.
long life. Blessings upon your family.
I would not actually call Sunwell a failed raid myself, personally, because Sunwell was a brilliantly designed, amazingly built raid. It was just very, very, very difficult. It had the same flaw that Noxoramus did, aka very few people actually got to see it. I myself managed to get up to Mauru in the time, that's as far as I got, progression-wise, and never got past him. I never beat at Mauru back in the day. They later nerfed it, and as part of the acclimation patch. And when they nerfed it for the acclimation patch, then I finally beat Mauru and actually defeated Sunwell. But I will say this about Sunwell. Probably its biggest flaw is the fact that it had a huge barrier to entry. Even the trash in there was brutal. And the very first boss was a combination gear check and coordination check. I guess that's all I have to say about that. I felt like that patch, which released Magister's Terrace and the Isle of Kildanus, was actually pretty successful. But I'll talk about that when we get there. We'll do that at the end of BC, obviously.
The Naru have not forgotten us.
I have lived amongst the anchorites of Terrador for some time, Xylom, and in that time I have come to know the Marsh quite well. Recently, I've started to notice a disturbing change in the land to the northeast. Virtually all life there has begun to wither and die, seemingly without explanation. I have a few ideas as to what might be happening, but they're little more than speculation. If you were to bring me a sample of the soil, I might be able to get to the bottom of the mystery.
Dionys Aka.
And again, as a point of note, this is all Alliance stuff. All the stuff we were doing for the Scenarians was neutral. Also, I just kind of think this is kind of a cool statue. It's I'll give you a good shot of it here. So it's a statue of a Draenei woman and a Draenei child who are pouring out vases, and actually there's two Draenei childs, pouring out vases into the fountain. I don't know, I just think it's a nice design. And kind of indicative of Draenei architecture in general, as you can see throughout the rest of this area as well.
Each day is a blessing.
There is little in this swamp that will burn, so we must resort to other means for lighting Terrador. Many of the creatures and plants in the marsh emit a soft glow. It is difficult and cruel to confine glowing creatures, so we've turned to a species of mushroom for our light source. We pick and cultivate the Fulgor mushrooms here, but our needs require we gather new crops occasionally. The small green mushrooms often grow at the base of the larger ones near Terrador.
Be well.
As an aside, that's another insight into Draenei philosophy in general. The fact that they could actually have gone out and captured beasts in order to use them as a light source, basically, but they refuse to do so, and instead rely on some of the glowing mushrooms in the area. Just another little insight into their culture there.
You got my attention.
This is going to be hard to do with my throat. The first expedition of the League sent reported encountering a gigantic spore bat they'd taken to calling Sporeling. They had to leave in a hurry, so they didn't have a chance to kill him while they were here. I figured I'd finish the job for him. What's left of their report suggested the creature can be found in the southwestern parts of the Dead Mire. Okay.
Safe travels.
Off we go then. And you can kind of see the mushroom lamps in action here. They've got a few of these lying around. I also like how, by the way, the Draenei actually use magic in their architecture just as much, if not more, than everyone else. Thank you. Now, we're going to go start gathering some stuff. And then I will talk a little bit more about Zangarmarsh. I don't have much else to talk about the zone as a whole. And then we will talk about whatever else it is I had to talk about. Of course there's the Explorers League. The Explorers League is everywhere, and they're awesome. And except when they're dealing with the Reclaimers. That's the only time they're not awesome. But yeah, a lot of players want more Worgen lore. There really has not been a lot of it. The Worgen were introduced and then basically abandoned. even the goblins have more relevance to the overall story than the Worgen do, because, well, ignoring the obvious things with Black Fuse, the goblins have several additional story arcs throughout the course of the arc, and we kind of see how the goblins kind of get they kind of get split down the middle. Half of the goblins are like, this is great, I can't wait to support Garrosh in his unholy war against everything, because we get to build big things that explode things. And that was it, Zoan. I knew I wanted to talk about Attunement Quest somewhere along here. And then the other half of the goblins are like, you know, the orcs are kind of dicks, and evil, and horrible, and we're kind of screwing up everything. Can we stop? Is that a thing we can do? So the goblins kind of got split down the middle, and there's a few storylines that deal with that going throughout Cataclysm. Meanwhile, the Worgen have the occasional cameo here and there. I think the only actual Worgen quest after the Worgen Starter Zone is in the Blasted Lands. I believe that's literally it. I could be wrong about that. I'm not 100% sure, but they certainly have much less of a presence, and it sucks. Because Worgen, I mean, come on, there's so much potential there that they could have worked with, but whatever. Alright, so now I'm going to do the ever-complicated task. Some people think that the only reason to do this is for, shall we say, disgusting reasons, which I'm sure you'll figure it out in a minute. But I am going to play this game one-handed, so I can eat. Because I don't want to get gunk all over my mouse and my keyboard, because I'm one of those weird people who likes my stuff to be nice and neat and not be terrible. Yeah, goblins have the whole of Ashara as well. So one thing I want you to pay attention to is how awesome this whole area kind of looks. It's got this whole aesthetic of, well, exactly what it should sound like. Imagine a marsh that had its water table removed. So you suddenly have, you know, dead, rotting, drying out plants everywhere. Some of the mushrooms are literally falling over like this one here. Some of them have actually come out of their roots, like that one over there. A lot of the creatures around here are literally deranged from dehydration. We can actually see the hoses they were using at different levels. This is actually a nice touch. They've got the hoses up there, and then they've got the hoses there, and then all the way down here for the stuff at the very bottom for draining the water. Another little nice touch. There's some remains of a battle here. A battle during Warcraft 2, specifically. The Dark Portal expansion, obviously. Which makes me wonder who the heck this was. This is clearly a dragon. Now, we know the Black Dragonflight was actually active in Outland at the time. Or, excuse me, in Draenor at the time. So that's not really the big deal. And, of course, we'll be talking a little bit more about the Black Dragonflight and why they were on Draenor a little bit later. And their significance with regards to the Twilight Flight. Or, excuse me, not the Twilight, the Netherflight. The Netherflight, excuse me. But, yeah. I wonder who that was, because it's not Deathwing. Although I mentioned that because a lot of people, when BC came out, actually thought that was Deathwing's corpse. Remember, back in the day, we didn't really think that much of Deathwing. He wasn't that important to the lore. Even after Dragon Soul came out, that was more of stuff that happened in the past. Where is this guy? And most people thought he was dead. Not just in lore, as I mentioned earlier, but out of lore. A lot of people were like, yeah, he's totally dead. He died during Warcraft 2. He's gone. Not coming back, you know. Oh, there he is. Just respawned. So, yeah, that was the more prevailing theory. In fact, that's actually the only theory I ever really heard about who exactly that corpse was. So how OP will Demon Hunters be? Unfortunately, at this point in time, given how long and how experienced Blizzard has gotten around their class design at this point, it's pretty likely that Demon Hunters will be not super OP, just not... they'll probably be OP, but not super OP, not like Death Knights were when they were introduced, for example. One thing that is an unescapable reality of the way Blizzard does class balancing is that it boils down to the, well, the pendulum class balancing. Basically, they allow a class to get over here. We'll just say this is very overpowered, right? So it's like, wah, super overpowered. And it's like, oh my gosh, he's super overpowered. We better nerf the crap out of him. So they always nerf too much. And they nerf all the way over here so the class gets nerfed into ridiculousness. And then they're like, oh crap, we nerfed them too much. So later on, they will buff them all the way back over here. Super buffed. But then, oh crap, they're overpowered. Nerf all the way back into here. And so forth and so on. Blizzard classes tend to do that. Now, that's not always true. I am, of course, being exaggerative for the sake of humor. Plenty of classes, and specifically specs, I should say at this point, are a little bit closer to fitting, or I shouldn't say fitting, being balanced with other classes than they otherwise, probably should be. Zunk. But there are several classes, paladins, druids, warlocks, that have a tendency to do that little, we're super changed and we're super awesome, but now we're super terrible, but then we're super awesome kind of a thing. Anyone remember how druids were as soon as Pandaria went out? Oh my god. Never mind the complete overhaul warlocks have received more than once. Also, I think Warlords of Draenor was the first expansion where paladins didn't get completely overhauled. That's not a joke. Paladins were completely overhauled in BC. Most classes were completely overhauled in BC. And then, Paladins were completely overhauled when it went to Wrath. And then Paladins were completely overhauled in Kata. And then Paladins were completely overhauled in Pandaria. Well, I guess that's not true. They were partially overhauled in Pandaria. And then Warlords, they were just left alone. Yeah, no kidding, Darth McDaters. Anyways, so to answer Myron's question really quick, I think Lotro is a good game, just not a great game. It's got a really good story, and that's why I enjoy it. I don't enjoy any of the other aspects of it. So, I play it for the story. to answer the one Joker's game question. I actually plan to talk about that. Ironically, I feel like Pandaria is one of the best places to talk about that in. Because, excuse me, in lore, the Death Knights kind of are screwed. You know what I mean? You're probably looking at me like, what do you mean? What the... Oh, it's a question. It's a link. I've actually seen that comic. I read Nerf now. So, in lore, Death Knights, they were all focused on bringing down the Lich King, and then they did it! So the Ebon Blade disbanded, and all the Death Knights were like, now what? And so in lore, most of the Death Knights, who, I remind you, still have that compulsion to kill, decided to try and find jobs where they could still do that. So some of them tried to stay loyal to the Alliance military. Some of them joined the Horde military. Kultira ended up actually specifically joining the Forsaken. We'll see him. Thessarian ended up joining the Alliance. We'll see him too. There's a few others, but for the most part, the Death Knights are completely ostracized from Wrath onwards. And I think that's part of the point. I wish we would discuss that, though. Like, to me, that's something that's great story material. Alright, you did it! You've proven that you are a loyal soldier of the Alliance, and you're ready to fight alongside them, and now you are this complete outsider, who is always going to be different from them, and you're never really going to be accepted by them, and you literally have to kill in order to survive. I would love for them to expand more on that in Legion, and I'm pretty sure they will. Well, we know for a fact that... oh, you mean butcher? I thought you meant butchers as in evil people, not butchers as in... Yeah. Theoretically, they could smite off. I'm not sure they would find that the most satisfying of job. Pardon me just a moment. Draculius, I am not in a good position to predict that. Allow me to explain what I mean by that. So, I predicted after Cataclysm, based on the storylines of Cataclysm and where things going, the most logical direction to go in was to finish off the Old God threat, to go under the ocean, deal with Ashara, and work in that direction, and we got Pandaria. Now, Pandaria did a lot of establishment on the Burning Legion. Even though the majority theme of Pandaria was the balance and the new culture, and and of course the fight against Garrosh, the undercurrent theme across all of Pandaria was the Titans and the Legion. Lots of establishment of the Titans, lots of establishment of the Legion. So it's like, aha! This is great. We're going to get tons. So the next expansion after this, and after all of the Legendary Chain, and after all the Raytheon stuff, clearly the next expansion is going to be Legion-focused. Then we got Warlords. And I'm like, now I know what you're going to say. Warlords actually was Legion-focused, and it kind of was. That is true. But my point is, every time I have tried to predict the next expansion, I have been wrong, because they have not done the logical path, story-wise. I'm not necessarily complaining about that. I'm just saying I'm not the person to ask about which expansion they're going to do next. So.
The Naru have not forgotten us.
We've turned, and thank you for cleaning out some of the Marshfang Reapers. If they had any intelligence, perhaps they'd learn it is best to live and let live. Giant, overgrown bugs with intelligence. Giant overgrown bugs with intelligence. I wonder what that would be like. Nerubians. Karashi. Manted. That was one of the two major components of the Warlord's story, yes. Bringing Gul'dan back and looking at Old Draenor. Those were the two requirements of Warlords. Like I was talking about yesterday, if I was handed those requirements, I couldn't actually come up with a better way to pull that off, unless I really fundamentally was able to really mess with the games and game prowess. Okay, think illogically. think logically. So the next expansion will be all focused on the goblins, and it'll be set in the South Seas, and it'll have to do with why the goblins are secretly working with the old gods, and that'll lead into an old gods expansion. There you go. What's it doing? Ah, right. It's good to see another fresh face here, where Herran the First and I came to Terrador. They were the only outsiders, but it seems that that seems like it was a lifetime ago. Still, we try to welcome newcomers and ensure there's always enough food and supplies. We can never fully repay the kindness of the Terrador anchorites, but we can follow their example and extend it to others. If you would like to help, the nearby lakes are populated with a fish called umbrafin eel, whose meat is a staple of our diet. Ooh, guys, we're gonna get some unagi.
Warm wishes
I know,
to
Cashel. Let me make one thing very clear. I don't agree with what they did with Warlords of Draenor. And I liked it. I'm just saying, it's a weird love-hate thing. I really enjoyed the story and several aspects of the leveling experience in Warlords of Draenor. But, God, I never would have done that. And even given the choice now, I would have undone it. But I've already talked about that. I don't want to get it. Stop bringing up FF13, damn it. We're going to have to make that a rule, just like we did during the FF Marathon. No discussing FF13. I'm gonna stop being baited by you guys. I'm not talking about it anymore. Nah, not answering any more questions about Warlords. So, we've done it, yes, food supplies. Living in such a remote location has taught us to make use of everything available. Of course, you have to learn to stop thinking about where some of these things come from first. I found the wings of the stingers are helpful for waterproofing. They're strong and thin and flexible. I see the look on your face. Well, like I said, it takes time to get used to the idea. If you're going to be out and about, would you mind bringing me some wings?
Be kind to those less fortunate.
Now, oh, I'm sure they did, Kay. Sleep, Deutsch. Sleep.
Open your heart to the light.
These are good spores and should help us to keep going for quite some time. Thank you for helping us to replenish our supplies.
Remember the lessons of the past.
So I hope you're paying attention to one thing lore-wise about this outpost. There are two groups of people here. The first groups of people are those who've been here since Warcraft 2. Those are the anchorites, the people who have been maintaining a vigil and using this as a refuge for the Draenei people, again, for 20 plus years. And then there's the group of Draenei who just came through the portal, along with the other members of the Alliance, like ourselves, who also came through, who are like, we must fight the Horde and the demons and lords and everything. But also, hi, what's up?
Great to meet you.
Well done, Xylem. I think you and I have managed to outshine a whole team of prospectors. When I get back to Ironforge, I'll get my choice of assignment.
Watch your back.
By Kazaragos' flaming navel, it's hot here. I can't blame the first party for leaving, but everyone knows it wasn't the heat that drove them away. No, it was Blacksting, although they won't admit it. They were camped just southwest of the glowing Draenei towers to the west, when the giant wasp appeared out of nowhere and attacked, and I'm losing my accent. I can't wait to see on the looks of their faces when we bring the creature's stinger back to Ironforge and show them.
Off with you.
And of course, let's go talk to the Vindicator here.
Chronokai Christor.
Were you able to get a sample of the soil of the dead mire? The soil seems to be depleted, so it can't be the source of the problem, as I thought. What's the common link here? Why is everything suddenly dying? It certainly couldn't be the lack of water! Hey, Swedish Tavern. What's up? Shoutouts. Don't be a stranger. Forgive my coughing. The soil sample you brought me is nearly devoid of moisture. If the soil itself is losing moisture, then the creatures that live nearby must be suffering terribly. I've seen what happens when the region's fungal giants begin to wither and die. The pain drives them mad, causing them to attack anything in their path. These creatures have no idea what's happening to them, but they are beyond our ability to save, so the best we can do is to end their suffering.
May your days be long and your hardships few.
Yeah, I did predict that, Draculus. Except I'm allowing myself to be baited again, so I'm not going to answer. No answers! No answers to any questions about warlords. I'm just... you know what? I should put that up on the stream. Give me just a moment to add something about that. Go away. Pretty much all of it, Z1 Joker. I'm kind of serious. There's a lot of food that I would love to sample from World of Warcraft. I mean, a lot of food. Back when I was incapable of eating, playing this game was torture. Let me tell you what. Hey, Ringer. Let's give it an outline so you can see that a little bit better. There we go. There. Shut up about it. I'm just going to put that right over my face. I would try even that, Nicolas. I would absolutely try a lot of the different foods in this game. But, of course, most of the time when I think of food from this game, I think of the great hearty meats that the orcs and the dwarves come up with. Dwarven cuisine is fascinating, and I would love to sample it. But I have to be completely honest. If there was only one type of food I could eat in this game, it is Pandaren food. Call me one of the weirdos, but I really like what they did with cooking in general in Pandaria. I liked that progression path for the profession, and every time I was going through it, I was thinking, "Oh, it would be so awesome to eat this right now." Tell me I'm not alone in that. Tell me someone else thinks Pandaren food would be awesome. Anybody? Warlords of Draenor, Myron. Warlords of Draenor. Grab this quest real quick. A close inspection of the Basidium reveals a number of indentations that might have once held something. The alien mass of fungus presents something of a puzzle. It's far from healthy, but you have little clue as to what function it might normally perform. Maybe one of the denizens of Zangarmarsh would be able to tell you more about it. Well, okay. I have never gotten that No Little Billy. I've actually not bothered to get it, basically, because it's not a toy, and it would take up inventory space, and I'm already so crammed on inventory space right now. It's ridiculous. My bank is literally 100% full, with the best bag slots available, and yeah, I just don't have room for more stuff that I can't put in a tab, so... there's actually several things I've deliberately not gathered, collection-wise, specifically because I don't have the space for them. I do know what void storage is. I also know that it's completely full. A lot of my transmogs are in void storage. Wow, that hurt like hell. So, these are fungal creatures. It is worth noting that, near as we can tell, these are not intelligent sapient life. You might be looking at me kind of weird when I say that. But there is a distinction in Warcraft setting between sentient and sapient life, like murlocs, and animals, like the hydras. So these are basically animals. They don't really have any mindset to them. They're just beasts who have an intelligence like a wolf does, but not a degree of self like a person does. I am glad you liked the StarCraft Lorerun, Swedish. And yes, we're going through World of Warcraft now. I swear usually I'm doing better than this, but today my throat is just killing me. So we have a couple of theories in response to Hylas's question about what exactly the spores are. I've already given my theory, but as is obvious by the way I said that, we don't know. We don't actually 100% know exactly what the spores are, or where they come from, or anything like that. We do know, as I said before, that they are not the primals, so that is a clear distinction. They are actively working against the primals. Yeah, I've noticed I actually have a lot more European viewers than anywhere else. It's kind of cool, actually. So we know that they're not primals, and we know that they are... they're nothing else, but we also know that they're kind of a recent addition to Draenor. In other words, they only started being a problem in Draenor somewhat recently as of the Lords of War, a.k.a. the time which Warlords of Draenor happens. Oh, that's so confusing. I have a breath bar. I'm used to playing a Forsaken. They don't have breath bars. So... not really sure. I can only offer speculation, but I do have a theory. It's not a big theory. I don't have a lot of evidence for it. It's just one of those I like this idea kind of theories, if you'd like to hear it, Ilisk. It is my opinion that the Zanger spores that have started all of this, the Zangarmarsh and Zangara and all that fun stuff, the Sporelocks, everything like that, that the Zanger spores were an experiment by the Ogren Empire. That they were trying to make some kind of living weapon in typical Ogren fashion. And they might have even been getting close to controlling it or taking care of it or whatever. And, well, the Iron Horde happened, and that kind of screwed up the Ogren Empire basically forever. So that's why it's such a recent problem. Because it's only... they were literally in the process of still studying and experimenting with it and trying to make this new living weapon. And then they kind of stopped having the ability to deal with it because of the Iron Horde. And so it was just left to fester in the Zanger Sea, if you follow my logic chain there. But of course, as I said, I have no actual evidence to support that other than the fact that it would fit the timeline as we see. The only real things that we know about these spore creatures and the spores in general is that it's a recent thing. That it's not something that's been in Draenor since forever. It is a very recent introduction into the ecology. And ecosystem. Oh. What is this? Oh, I have an item that lets me breathe underwater. I forgot I even had that. Yeah, I know there's something going around right now. I've been pretty lucky with it so far that I only have a cough. I am hopeful it doesn't get worse than that, because I got a Lorerun to do. I don't have time for this. Hey, Lulu. One other thing we have here is just to show this off. As you can see, the other lakes have this too. Even these pipes are going straight from the underwater up to the pumps up there, as you can see. And I just think it's kind of neat that they bothered to actually do the underwater terrain as well, so they could show the pipes that are draining the lakes and putting them into the Coilfang Reservoir. Yes, we must all be sick and lore together. I think I said that right. Well, I've still got my fingers crossed that it doesn't get worse as a one-choker, because it might. Alright, so, now that I'm kind of done talking about the spores, and I'm kind of done talking about the water situation, while we're finishing up this quest, why don't we talk about attunement quests? So, let's go ahead and talk about the positives about attunement. Now, I've actually talked about attunements earlier, so I've already kind of covered this topic, so forgive me the repetition. But let's go ahead and cover the positives of attunement quests. The single biggest positive for attunement quest, I mean this sincerely, is that it is a good way to pad out the game. Now, I know what you're thinking. Huh? Remember how we were discussing just earlier today, like an hour ago or whatever, the catch-22 of MMOs and padding, and how you basically have to have padding. You either have large chunks of time where there's just no content, little chunks of time where there's little chunks of content, or you pad it. You pad it so it takes longer to go through the content. One of the more interesting forms of padding is attunement quests. The idea here is you have to go do an entire quest chain, which usually involves some grind, in order to be able to even access certain content. Now, I remember the old world, the vanilla attunement quests, a lot better than I do the BC ones. Forgive me. But I do remember how ridiculous it was getting into the Black Temple. Or not the Black Temple, excuse me. Not the Black Temple. Or maybe it was Black Temple. Well, let me just go over some of the ones that I do remember. So, here's an old little attunement thing. And this is something they literally have not done since then. Back in the day, in order to be able to access a heroic of a dungeon, you had to have reached a certain reputation with the faction associated with that dungeon. So in other words, if I was to do heroic Shadow Labyrinth, I needed to go ahead and push through lower city reputation in order to be able to go in and do heroic Shadow Labs and anything else in Auchindu, right? So the very first step of attunement is getting revered with that reputation. I'm pretty sure it was revered. It was revered or honored. Forgive me for not remembering. So that's the very first thing you have to do. So now you have access to the heroics. Well, in the heroics, there were several quests to get specific items. I remember one from the Arcatraz. I remember the Arcatraz item, and I remember there was a couple of other of the more difficult Shadow Labyrinth, I want to say, and Shattered Halls, I believe, at the very least. You had to do those 3 dungeons on heroic. So get the reps grinded in the normal dungeons, then go in and do the heroic dungeons in order to get the items for the quest, right? Here, let me go and give you permission real quick. Permit, Z1, Joker. There you go. Because there's actually kind of a story involving this. Okay, so here, I'll just look at the image. That is super tiny. So I'm just going to pull up my own version. Here we go. Okay. Here we go. No. Okay, so let me, like... Oh, there we go, that button right there. Why is it doing that? It's not letting me see the full-sized image. What the crap? That is so weird. Hang on, hang on. This is a bug I've been having lately in general. I know how to fix this. It's just irritating having to do it. This is so stupid. There we go. Okay, so in order to do, for example, Hyjal, you had to, so to start off to do anything, you had to hit level 70. So that's the first step, okay? Now, at level 70, you had access to exactly one raid, and that was Magtheridon. That was the only raid you could do once you hit 70. Just boom, Magtheridon. In order to do Doomlord Kazak, you needed to actually get Flying Mount. Now, that's actually not too hard, since the basic Flying Mount was pretty cheap. But that was the requirement to do that. Flying Mount was also required to be able to do Arcatraz, Mechanar, or Botanica. So, in order to... So, that is true, Cashel. That would be a weird thing, since they don't have a dog. In order to be able to do Arcatraz, you actually had to do a quest in Botanica and Mechanar. That got you a key that enabled you access to Arcatraz. So now you have access to Arcatraz, Botanica, Mechanar, and Kazak, and Magtheridon. So now we have to go get attuned for Karazhan. In order to do that, we have to do Arcatraz, Steam Vaults, and Shadow Labyrinth. Then we have to go do the Dark Portal, which gives us the Karazhan key. That gives us access to Karazhan. Excellent. In order to be able to do the Dark Portal, we have to do the Caverns of Time entrance quest, and then go through Durnhold. So then we have access to Karazhan, Magtheridon's Lair, Kazak, and the previous dungeons. Excellent. Now we need to be able to do heroics. I've already mentioned this. So you need to hit Revered. It's right here. Revered with Honored Hold, or Thromar. Revered with Shatar. What the... That sounded like Skype. What the hell was that? That's weird. I don't know what's up with that. I'm just going to exit Skype now. You had to get Revered with Thralmar or Honored Hold, Shatar, and the Scenarion Circle, or excuse me, the Scenarion Expedition, and Lower City in order to be able to access all the heroics, as I already mentioned. You had to go do Gruul's Lair. Okay, it's this mess. I'm going to stop here because it's just this ridiculous mess. This is what attunements used to be, and it was this tons of stuff. You had to do the dungeons in order to be able to do the heroic dungeons, in order to be able to do the quests, in order to be able to do the lower raids, in order to be able to get the quests, to be able to do the higher raids, and that's pretty much how that worked out. And that all led eventually towards being able to do Mount Hyjal, Tempest Keep, and Serpent Shrine Caverns. That's a thing. That was true back in the day. Now, the funny thing is you're probably looking at me like, well, that's ridiculous, and it seems like it. But again, there are positives to that. That is padding. It's also encouraging players to re-go through existing content that they've probably already done, or giving them a motivation to go through content they haven't done. As much as that sounds a little bit ridiculous, trust me, that's actually not nearly as bad as the attunement quests were back in vanilla. And no, I am not Hylisk. I've decided after some thought not to bother doing that for some fairly obvious reasons. Also, I thought you couldn't even start that quest anymore because they took it out. Excuse me. Actually, why don't we go do that really quick? So, one of the April Fools, they came out with an April Fool's joke, as they tend to every year. It's the only April Fool's that Blizzard has ever done that I completely bought hook, line, and sinker. It's the only one that I ever bought. And it was the attunement chain for Black Temple. Because Black Temple hadn't come out yet. It was coming out soon. They're like, here's what you're going to have to do to attune to Black Temple. It was insane. It was basically you had to go and do all the dungeons, and then you had to go do all of the heroic dungeons, and then you had to kill all the heroic dungeons in the entire thing at the same time. Then you had to go do the raids, then you had to go do the raids again, then you had to go kill all of the Emerald Dragons, then you had to go kill the Blue Dragon, then you had to go do the heroics again, etc., etc. I did not know that, Hylisk. I'll have to consider that then. So yeah, long and the short of it is it was this ridiculous long chain. Oh, and then there was this one step where you would unlock, like, on the server, this massive demonic attack which would be happening, and while the demon attack was going on, some of the server would need to send people to go into the dungeons and all the raids again, and while some of the people would have to go and fight back against the demonic assault, and once all of that was done, then you would unlock access to the Black Temple, and it's like, yes! Now, the funny thing is, the reason I bought that hook, line, and sinker was that really wasn't that much different than some of the attunements they've already done. You know? That was already just a little bit exaggerated from how attunement quests already worked. So I was like, okay, that's a thing. That's gonna suck, but you know, I can make that happen, I suppose. And then it turned out to be a April Fool's prank. Instead, you actually just had to go do basically you had to be able to do Serpent Shrine and the Eye and Hyjal, and that was basically it in order to get attuned to and get the key for Black Temple, which I of course have on my warrior because I have everything on my warrior. As an aside, most of these broken we're encountering here are actually lost ones. The only real difference between a lost one and a broken is the amount of how far they've been degraded. A broken is a partially mutated Draenei. A lost one is a severely mutated Draenei. And here's the visual difference, if you can kind of see right here. As you can see, they look quite a bit different than the broken. And that also is a mental degradation, as we actually saw back in Hellfire Peninsula, and we will see again in a little bit here on the Alliance quests. The broken, in general, have genuine difficulty remembering their past lives. Their minds are basically constantly cloudy and fogged, and they don't know all the things that they should, and they lose some of their skills, and basically their minds just don't work the same. It's one of the reasons why so many broken willingly, and I'm definitely putting that in quote-unquotes, serve groups like the Illidari and the Naga. Because they don't know any better. It's kind of the equivalent, and I mean no offense by this, if you took someone who had a mental retardation, someone who had deficiencies in their mind, and just turned them into, like, a slave race. That's kind of what's happening with the Broken. And, yeah, that's pretty deplorable. IMO. Just my thoughts on it. I mean, I don't know. What the heck do I know, right? There we go. You ever get stuck on terrain as a flying mount? Because that happens to me all the time. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. Mushroom food. I like mushrooms in general. Or as the hobbits would call it, mushrooms! Mushrooms! I can't do the hobbit accent. It's a very peculiar accent. But I do like mushrooms. I'm not a huge fan of mushroom food in general. For example, portobello mushrooms are not quite my thing, so I don't think I would really enjoy eating like that. I do like the concept of the mushroom economy, though, which unfortunately we're not really there to talk about yet. I might just sit on that quest. I think that's what I'll do for now. Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. Whoops, what? I'm going the wrong way. Ah. Whoops. I'm going to the city. So in case anybody's wondering why I keep flying up here, let me demonstrate what it's like to not have flying. Oh, I just missed the elevator. Well, I'll just chill for a minute. Hang out, waiting for the elevator to come. Yep, waiting for the elevator. I wonder what's going on tomorrow. I should call John and be like, hey, John. Hey, John, what's up? Yeah, listen, you up for that raid tonight? Because I'm totally down for it if you are. Uh-huh. Yeah, no, I'm going to be bringing my warrior. Don't worry. It's all good. Oh, hang on, I missed the elevator. No! And that's what elevators were like back in the day. Okay, slight exaggeration. But only slight. The Undercity elevator used to claim so many lives. But we'll show that off later. Really, Hylisk? I could do that on... I'm not sure who I could do that on. I'll have to think about who I could do that on. Yeah, the elevators in Tor can go screw themselves. They are much, much worse. Just in every way. The elevators in the Undercity, the reason why those were so bad is because they were actually bugged. So sometimes you'd fall through them, or sometimes you wouldn't be on them, and so that was the issue with them. Anyways, so we have now helped all these Draenei people.
Blessings upon you.
So the Ferelfin Lost Ones have taken over the ruins. Most interesting. They must remember something of their heritage and the significance of the site. We must learn more. The temple could hold the key to redeeming the Lost Ones and reuniting the many threads of the Draenei. From what you've told me about your observations of the Bahamut ruins, it seems the lost tribe have reverted to worship of animal spirits. Before we can approach them, we must know of their beliefs. Return and discreetly gather some of their idols, so I may study them. Try to avoid angering them. It will hurt our chances of making contact with them.
Favor the road, traveling knight.
Yeah, this is a wonderfully... I actually meant to comment on this earlier, but in regards to what Swedish Tavern just said, this is a wonderfully Morrowind kind of a zone, isn't it? It's got that alien feel to it. You know, the constant rain and the giant mushrooms and the marsh and the strange creatures all over the place. It's nice. I like the aesthetic of this place. But then again, I like the aesthetic of every zone here. There's only one zone I don't really... I really actively dislike questing through. I'm sure you guys can guess which one it is.
Good fortune.
Thank you for your help. Here, have some loot. Oh, thank you.
Remain vigilant.
I'm not going nuts.
Warm wishes to you.
Okay. Yeah, no kidding, Night Forager. But of course, it isn't. So we have rot fish.
Safe journey.
We're doing a couple of busy quests. See, this is kind of the problem. A lot of the later quests will be a little more lore relevant. On these, there are a few go gather X of Ys, and there's not much to talk about. But I still have to do them because I still need to level. But I have brought this withered basidium, so it looks like the basidium of a bog giant, but I haven't seen one in this condition before. I had heard that the giants in the dead mire had begun to wither, but it's far more advanced than I expected. The dead mire was once a lake, like the others in the marsh, and it served the spawning grounds for the giants. With the waters receding, it seems the changes are preventing the giants from sporing. If this continues, the giants may disappear entirely. Yes! Oh wait, no, that's a bad thing. We must determine how far off the damage has spread. The basidium you brought me comes from a bog giant. Their larger, hardier cousins, the bog lords, should prove more resistant to the degradation that has struck the giants. It would be good to know how the changes affected the other creatures, too.
Dionys Aka.
Okay, I can look into that. Meanwhile...
How are ya?
What, Brogue? That doesn't... What? That statement is so confusing. Did you manage to get the stinger? Remember, it's useless to me if damaged. Oh, can't think enough, lad. Oh, I'm gonna enjoy this.
See you soon.
I'm secretly evil. I'll think about some of the logistics later, Hylisk. I've got a ways to go before I get to that step. But I'll keep it in mind as a possibility. Put that up there. Oh, let's go and grab those. There we go. Does anyone else have the problem that Progue is having? Because that's really weird. So, I was one of those weird people who really liked Gruul's Lair. I admit there's a bit of bias there, because I always liked the idea of the Gron. But, but I never, Don't do it, Progue. They never really went into the Gron as much as they could have. In fact, the Gron didn't actually... the Gron never actually got discussed and established as a race until Warlords. But of course, we're not discussing that, so... but I do like Gruul's Lair because it was the first really good council fight, in my opinion. I know that's a little bit debatable. But I was a mage during that council fight, so I had a really fun job during Malgar. Those are spores, okay? These are fungal creatures. Try to keep that in mind. Massive fungal creatures. They're secretly sin spawn. No, seriously, though. It's spores that are growing upon them. Okay, so originally... people were like, oh my god, Gruul is one of the demigods of Draenei. That's obviously not actually true. However, Gruul was, for lack of a better way to put it, Gron royalty. He was one of the original lines and one of the original sons of the... we haven't actually given them a name. If you don't know what I'm talking about, there's an even bigger creature than the Gron who are part of the backstory of the setting. I am not referring to the Magaron, by the way. I'm talking about the even bigger guys. So Gruul was a direct descendant of those guys. He might actually be literally the first Gron, the first offshoot of them. By the way, random snake statue. I have no idea why that's there. So that's the significance of him, other than the fact that he is a very large, very powerful, very skilled Gron. They called Gruul the Dragon Slayer for a reason. He used to just go ahead and kill dragons for fun, because it was something he could do. That should say a lot about his capabilities. It depends on if there's a request for it, Firmesis, but I will only do a rumination on Fallout 4, and anything else with Fallout 4 for that matter, after they have released all the DLCs that are going to come out for it. Once that's done, I'll go ahead and do another look at it. But I have no interest in looking at Fallout 4 Vanilla anymore, if that makes any sense. And yeah, this whole area is kind of creepy, but it really should be, if you think about it. The sheer amount of debris and trash in this area makes me worry, though. I mean, God, these people are slobs. Because if you think about it, all that trash that is here was here. Whoops. All that trash that is here was here because people tossed it into the lake. You know? So, come on, guys, stop littering. It's not that hard. The most powerful entity in Warcraft versus Goku. Superman wins. What? There we go. One thing that I wish wasn't true is Warcraft tends to be a little inconsistent on relative power levels. You hear about someone who's built up as being this incredible, amazing, super ridiculously powerful person, and then you kill them, and it's like, what, that's it? There's actually a way to even that out, but it kind of requires... It requires interpretation on our behalf. Basically, the general idea is that any individual is never going to be that strong in this setting. The only things that are actually... I mean, they're certainly strong, but any coordinated group can take down any individual, is generally the concept that Warcraft tends to adhere to. And admittedly, that makes a degree of sense. That's true for Warcraft 3, or I shouldn't worry, but you know, that's true for the original Warcraft because it's an RTS where you have an army. And that's true for WoW, where you have a raid group or a group. So it makes sense, the consistency of, you know, there's no one super powerful badass. There's just super powerful badasses who can be beaten by coordinated groups. Also, an undead Gruul would be awesome and horrifying. So,
May the light
we've brought you the samples from the dead mire. It's exactly as I feared. The drying environment is taking a heavy toll on creatures never meant to live outside of swampy environments. We'll have to continue to monitor the area and consult with the Scenarion Expedition to see if anything could be done.
May your days be long.
Fortunately, that's all we got here. So, there's one other thing I want to talk about in Zangarmarsh. This is probably a good time to talk about that. That other thing, I'm just saying, Undead Gruul, or Undead Gron in general, would be something I would do as the Lich King. I mean, we already did Undead Storm Giants. I remember that one, Hylisk. Words. The Scenarion Expedition. I love the Scenarion Expedition because they are a wonderful example of Druidic politics. So, obviously the Expedition was originally part of the Scenarion Circle. Now, we haven't really talked about the Scenarion Circle yet, so this is a good time to discuss them and kind of mention who and what they are. Yeah, I think we'll go do that. So, the Scenarion Circle is basically the organization for druids. There's actually one for shamans, too. The Earthen Ring? Oh my god, I still can't think of their name. Wow. The Earthen People are like the organization for the shamans. I gotta look this up, hang on. I am so stupid. See if I get there before my viewers do, because I usually get... Oh, it is the Earthen Ring! I was right! I was right! Okay. God. It just didn't sound right in my head. Okay, so there's the Earthen Ring, and then there's the Scenarion Circle. Now, the best way to think of these is these are completely neutral organizations. They don't have political sway over the Horde or the Alliance or the other major powers, but they are very powerful political organizations in their own right, in addition to the fact that they happen to be major organizations that have a large number of powerful druids / shaman within them. Now, we'll talk more about the Earthen Ring later. There are some other things to... There's some other things to talk about when it comes to the Earthen Ring, and that will be relevant probably about the time of, say, Cataclysm. Actually, to my knowledge, there is no specific organization for ancestral shamans, no. There are plenty of shamans who also practice ancestral magic, and there are plenty of groups of races and organizations who also work with ancestral shamans. You know, Tauren in general is a great example. But I don't think there's, to my knowledge, there's no one organization like the Earthen Ring that is just for ancestral shamans. Anyways, so the Scenarion Circle is the Druid group. Now, this was kind of a political necessity. See, back in the day, there were really only one group of druids. All of the druids of the original Night Elf group, who were converted into druidism by Scenarion himself, hence the term, by the way. I don't think it'll be either good or bad, Firmus. I think it will be acceptable. I hope to be wrong, and that it's awesome. Anyways, so Scenarion is the one who is instrumental in teaching them the original tenets of how utilize Druidic magic. Now, this is actually kind of funny. This is a perfect example of change the name and it's okay kind of a thing. Druidic magic is not really all that different from arcane magic. But it's not arcane magic, and therefore it's okay. So a society who was very, very anti-magic at the time suddenly gained a huge number of people, a huge influx of followers who were suddenly casting magic all over the place. I don't know what you mean by next wake, Myron. The next time I wake up, I will be streaming, yes. I hope that answers your question. Warlords of Draenei. Okay. So the Druids, there was only the one group of Druids, really. That was it. Those were they. Malfurion being the Archdruid, the one who was in charge of all of it. And all of the Druids had made a pact. Basically, they would all enter the Emerald Dream and sleep within the Barrow Dens until called or needed. Now, I'll talk a little bit more about the Emerald Dream later, but to refresh it, for those of you who didn't hear me mentioning it earlier, because I've actually already talked about the Emerald Dream a little bit, the Emerald Dream is like a subdimension of Azeroth. If you can imagine an Azeroth where no sentient life ever was born, ever existed, that's the Emerald Dream. You know, it's the same general terrain, but there's no buildings, and there's no swaths of land that have been cut out for, you know, mining or farming or anything, because no people ever lived on it. It's all animals and plants. Obviously, those are all basically elementals as far as the nature of what type of creatures they are, the things that live in the Emerald Dream. So the Druids spent the next 10,000 years hanging out in the Emerald Dream, sleeping, basically. There's a couple other things that happen in there too, but we won't get into those just yet. The important part is they were woken up by Tyrande and her people in order to fight against the Legion's invasion during Warcraft 3. Duh, right? So when they came up, they're like, ah, yes, we're here to help you. But they found something interesting. In the last 10,000 years, other races and other groups had started kind of working with Druidism as well. So it was no longer just this one unique group of Druids who all were kind of one mind. It was all of a sudden a lot of Druids who were of different races, well, a few different races, and a few different styles of life. Reality check for a moment. In gameplay terms, at this point in time, the only races that could make Druids were Tauren and Night Elf. That was it. If you wanted to be a Druid on either side, you had to pick the one race that could be Druid. Call me in the minority here, but I really don't like the racial class restrictions. I think an argument can be made for virtually every class and virtually every race. And in lore, we do know that there are human druids and dwarven druids, and of course, troll druids and worgen druids, which are the ones that ended up becoming druids later on. So, anyways, getting back to the point, which I'll do in just a second. First, we have to turn in these idols. These should be more than sufficient. They seem to be fixated on birds, which is odd. There aren't any bird species native to Zangarmarsh. What could this mean? Could they have encountered the Erakoa? To the shamanistic people, they might seem like embodiment of a powerful bird spirit. I have a feeling these lost ones may not respond well to a Draenei, but would welcome an Erakoa. I can create a potion that will allow you to take the form of an Erakoa for a short time. It requires a couple of reagents, so go get them. Okay.
Blessings upon your family.
Hey, Shiryu. Night Elf Paladin? Yeah, why couldn't a Night Elf play a Paladin? I couldn't even think of an excuse for why a Night Elf couldn't play a Paladin. Forsaken Paladin? There is a Forsaken Paladin in the game. In fact, there are 2 of them, you know? So, yeah, no, I'm one of those people who doesn't think the restriction should exist anyways. So in lore, the Scenarion Circle consists of many different races who all happen to be druids. Now, of course, the predominant number of races are Tauren and Night Elf. That's not just because of the class distinction, though. That's because those 2 are basically the original druids. Taurens have been druids for a really, really long time, being one of the oldest races on the planet. And Night Elves, of course, have been druids ever since they were taught it. Arguably, by the way, just as an interesting little fun factoid, Taurens have actually known about druidism longer than Night Elves, because Night Elves had to be taught it by Scenarion. Anyways, the Emerald Nightmare. Well, let me finish talking about the politics of the Circle first. So they had to make an organization, is what I'm leading up to. They needed to coordinate. They no longer could just say, all right, here we are the druids. All of a sudden, there were all these different druids with all these different political backgrounds. They're like, look, we need to coordinate. We all care about the same thing, whether we are Tauren or Night Elf or whatever. We all care about the same general thing. Why don't we just make this new organization dedicated just towards being a druid, just dedicated towards revering the land and the natural spirits and all that fun stuff. And they said, okay, and they created this new organization called the Scenarion Circle. Now, the Scenarion Circle was pretty much designed to be a fully neutral organization. The problem is, very, very quickly, the Circle gained a huge amount of political influence amongst both the Alliance and the Horde because of the fact that pretty much every druid was a member of the Circle, whether they owed allegiance to the Alliance or Horde or not. So, without really meaning to, the Circle suddenly found itself embroiled in the political machinations of the world, and they didn't want to be. So this is kind of relevant when it comes to the expedition. As of now, the Scenarion Circle is a fully political entity. It's basically, as best to consider it, a completely separate sovereign state. They only really have one piece of territory that is theirs. That would be, of course, the Grove, whose name I suddenly can't think of. The Moonglade. Moonglade is pretty much the only territory they actually have claim to. But they have influence everywhere at this point in time, thanks to their various people. And again, on both sides, they really do not care about the Horde versus Alliance thing for the most part. For the most part, of course, certain individual druids who work for the Horde, and this will come up in Cataclysm, tend to push in a given direction. If you don't know what I mean by that, some Tauren druids or some Night Elf druids tend to be very anti-Alliance or anti-Horde, and as a result, it is perceived as if the whole of the Circle is behind the anti-Alliance or anti-Horde thing. So they've been kind of pulling a, well, we want to try to be neutral, but we kind of don't, but we kind of have influence kind of a thing. It's a big political mess. No, they used to be made of dirt. Now they're made of flesh and blood and beer. Really, really good beer, from what I understand. All of this leads to a group of druids, again, of all different kinds of races, who are just really sick of the political claptrap. They're like, okay, we're here to be druids, not to be Horde druids, not to be Alliance druids, not to be, we're here to be druids. So when the Dark Portal opened, there was a group of druids who literally was like right up there, first people, yes, send us to Outland. God, yes, please get us away from this mess. And they volunteered to go to Outland and head out here, and it was a fairly large number of druids. And as they got out there, they kind of slowly started to realize that this planet was doomed. Yeah, fun fact, by the way, Outland was, I really should use past tense, doomed. I found myself wondering if Magtheridon even knew this. What do you mean, Mr. KJ? I don't understand your statement. You mean, like, politically, were the Circle ever as strong as the other races? Is that what you're asking? Because militarily, the Circle had a lot of might behind it. Druids are no weaklings. Druidic magic is actually very strong. And some of the very strong druids, Hamul Rune Totem comes to mind immediately, could pull a hell of a lot of weight. Especially if you were fighting in the right location. Anyways. Okay, so Outland was doomed. Outland was literally falling apart piece by piece. And given enough years, it might have been a while, it might have been several decades, might have even been in the century range, but given enough periods of time passing, Outland would have eventually just broken apart until it was just another chunk of rocks, unconnected chunk of rocks in the nether. So the druids are like, we can't let this happen. So these druids are like, I've got this. We've got an idea. And they started putting all of their considerable work and effort and influence into getting tons and tons of resources into the Scenarion Expedition. You already see where I'm going with this, probably. There we go. So the actual primary thing the druids of the expedition are interested in out here is fixing the land. In other words, the Scenarion Expedition, which is the specific political body that is here on Outland, actually severed ties with the Scenarion Circle and said, we're not going to be a part of your political crap anymore. We're not going to deal with the back and forth of the Horde, or the Alliance, or the different races, or the different organizations fighting against each other. We're here to be druids. That's what we're interested in. And so the expedition has actively gone out of his way to not get involved or embroiled in the political claptrap of one side or the other. It's why all the expedition stuff is fully neutral out here and never even once ties into one side or the other. And the expedition is also fully and solely focused on fixing Outland, terraforming it, and trying to make it livable and salvable so that it doesn't fall apart and is destroyed and kills everything on it. So that's why pretty much all of our expedition quests are all about trying to fix the local terrain and surviving it. We get to see two areas where the expeditions work. We get to see the results, the fruits of their labor, if you will, because they have not been idle. And thanks to MMO time, which is kind of a weird thing, you have to consider, as ever, the events of Hellfire Peninsula happen before the events of Zangarmarsh, which happened before the events of Terakar, which happened before the events of Nagran, which happened before the events of Blade's Edge, which happened before the events of Netherstorm and Shadowmoon Valley. So time-wise, we're talking like several months. Months and months of time has passed between us going through the Dark Portal in Hellfire Peninsula and us ending up in Nagrand. That'll be important later. Try to keep it in mind. If you don't, I will mention it then too, because I'm a weirdo and that's what I do. I mention lore. But for now, we have the materials to try and find this new thing so we can infiltrate the Lost Ones.
The Legion's end draws near.
As will do nicely. The time has come for us to embrace the Ferelfen and teach them the light has not forsaken them. Take this potion I've prepared and carry it with you. Once you've arrived, drink it and assume the form of one of their bird spirits. Speak with the Elder and let him know the Draenei are ready to welcome his people as our long-lost brothers.
Do not lose faith.
This is, once again, an excellent quest to really show the insight into the Draenei mentality. They really have no more desire than to convince these people that they belong, you know. They want them to come back home. It's not just it's not just, you know, we want to help you because you're doing terrible. If you want to, Deegis. It's not just that they want to help them because, you know, the Lost Ones are in a terrible plight. They genuinely want to be reunited with their brethren. They think that would be a great thing to have access to their old family. The Draenei have formed a very, very strong sense of, for lack of a better term, Draenic pride. Because the Draenei have been on the run for so long that at this point in time, any other Draenei is like family to them. You know what I mean? So, the idea of bringing even these guys... Oops. Let's see if I can get a good shot of them. Yes, Randy. The Scenarion Expedition quite literally saved Outland. If not for their influences, as of now, by the time Warlords came out, it's actually pretty likely that Outland would have since, you know, been destroyed. I'm right here. Oh, whatever. And like I said, we'll actually see the fruits of their efforts in the future. Now, I gotta do this quest kind of carefully, because this is not the best designed quest in the world. Ah, whatever. Fine, I'll kill you. Because we'll talk about it when we get there, Lilu. People just kept non-stop... Who's this? People just kept non-stop... Put it on free-for-all if you're going to invite me. Or I can do that. People just kept non-stop doing nothing but constantly talking about about warlords and discussing warlords and bringing up warlords and making me talk about warlords and asking me about warlords. And it's like, we're in BC! Ask me about warlords when we're in warlords. It's the FF13 effect all over again. There we go. I am an Arakoa. I humbly welcome you to our temple. Greetings, Elder. It is time for your people to end their hostility to the Draenei and their allies. Treat with the Draenei, the people who turned their backs on us while they suffered? I think not. A true spirit does not speak thus. Reveal yourself, impostor. Who sent you? I did not mean to deceive you, Elder. The Draenei of Telrador thought to approach you in a way that would be familiar to you. So we're to trust people who would insult us with this deception? Do the Draenei think so little of us that they must resort to trickery to get our attention? We're aware of their desire to redeem us, but my people want none of their redemption. We are capable of standing on our own and will pursue our destiny as a proud, separate people. Carry this message to your allies. Okay. Well then. That went over terribly. A politely worded but firm refusal of Anchorite Ahroon's message. Alas. Yeah, I know, Prog. It is understandable, but again... it's the FF13 effect all over again. It's like, guys, I'll talk about it when I get there. If you want, I could just talk about it now and then not play Warlords, because I'll have nothing to talk about. That is true, though, Permeus. That is true. Yeah, I did have this giant sword on my back. Bird spirits usually don't have giant swords on their backs. So here's an interesting question for you guys. Do you think there are Loa on other worlds, really, in general? Draenor, Outland, you know, Argus. Yay or nay? I'm asking for a reason. I'm not just, you know, asking in a vacuum. Ah, excellent. Bugs. How often do you say that, huh? Yeah, we've seen no evidence to admit that there are no Loa on Draenor or Outland. But to my knowledge, they've never actually said, flat out, that there are Loa on Draenor or Outland. Keep in mind, if my theory is correct, just about any form of spirit life technically is a Loa. Like, that would be like the base form of spirit life. I mean, I strongly adhere to the idea that Scenarion is a Loa. A very powerful Loa, but a Loa nonetheless. Whoop, yep. Good night, Myron. Sorry that you got bleeped. It was the dot that did it. There we go. Okay, so a Loa is actually kind of complicated, but it is, in simplicity, it is a spirit creature that is tied to either an object or a concept. Now, that sounds like a very generalized definition, but that's the point. Loa is like saying mortal. You know what I mean? You know, mortal covers a huge variety of different races. You know, Draenei and humans and elves and dwarves and fish and frogs. Or, not fish and frogs, but you get my point. So I think Loa applies to a huge variety of creatures. It is extremely likely, actually, that the elemental spirits are actually a form of Loa as well. Just, elemental Loas, right? Anyways, so yeah, I agree, by the way. I agree with what most of you say. I do think that the Loa do exist on other worlds, even though we've never really heard about them, and we've never really seen them or anything like that. The reason that's relevant is because there's two possibilities for what that tribe of lost ones were doing. The first possibility is they were revering the Arakoa. Now that makes a degree of sense, since the Arakoa, you know, have their own thing that we really haven't talked about. And honestly, we won't really talk about the Arakoa until we get to Warlords. But they are a very intelligent, very advanced, very magically powerful race. So it makes sense that a very weak, very unadvanced, very, you know, very deleterious race like the Lost Ones would revere them. Makes sense. That would be a little ridiculous, sure, yeah. Oh my goodness. I was not ready for that. That caught me a little bit. I was trying not to go into a hacking fit as a result of the start there. Thank you, Myron. Appreciate it. Where's there it is. So anyways, the reason I reference that, though, is it's entirely possible that there are Loa here on Outland, and that what they were revering was not just the Arakoa, but Loa of the Arakoa, or Loa of birds, or Loa in general. It actually would make a lot of sense, since they do actually have shamanistic magic, and they can't just summon magic from Arakoa. That's not how that works. Arakoa are physical, mortal beings. So they wouldn't actually be a fit for that. You know, they couldn't do that. I just realized I need to check something. 69. Okay, we're good. Thanks, Swedish. One more week. But they are shamans who are actually casting magic based off of some kind of a thing. And so it makes sense more to me that they're not actually following the Arakoa, but rather one of the Loa of birds. And we know that there are several of those. There are several spirit beings of avians, of birds, and of the air in Outland, so it makes a degree of sense to me that they had found one of or several of these Loa, and that Loa had decided to amuse itself by having this tribe of people revere and worship it, because that's kind of the thing the Loa do. Anyway, so let's go ahead. So that didn't go as badly as it could have. That could have gone a lot worse.
May the light embrace you.
So we do have to return the bad news to him. So he says, they refused. They are welcome to choose their own path, of course, but their choice surprises me. I would think that all Draenei, including the broken and lost ones, would remember we are all part of the same people. I suppose he is right about the folly of deceiving them, but still, could he not see our intentions were friendly?
Lionis Aka.
And the fact that he just does not understand and does not get why they wouldn't even join back with them says a lot about the general mindset of Draenei in general. To him, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't want to be, you know, with the rest of your brethren. Why would you ever choose something otherwise? That's ridiculous. And he is completely lost about that, and I feel kind of bad for the guy.
Seek the path of the light.
Boosin? What's Boosin? It does all. The other reason I wanted to show off this quest is this shows the arrogance of the Draenei. It's not. It's a unique form of arrogance. It's not the I'm the superior being kind of arrogance. It's the presumptive kind of arrogance. Any Draenei would naturally want to become with us, so we'll get you back with us because of course that's what you want. Because I know what you want. It's a more mild form of arrogance. Oh, boons! Boons! I am so stupid. Yes, you can get... That is absolutely correct, Zewan. People can gain boons, magical powers, temporary buffs, long-term benefits from Loa. Loa can grant a lot of power to others. This is another reason why I think Loa, or rather I should say, why I think elemental spirits and, well, just elemental spirits, are also a form of Loa. Because they can literally grant powers and grant magic and be able to cast elemental magic and whatnot and druidic magic and other forms of magic thanks to the Loa's power being granted to them.
Arcanon Poros.
And I just realized there's like no reason to have sat here.
Dionys
It's a simple quest. We're just gonna move on. The Federation has its own arrogances, but I don't think that's really one of the big ones. They have other problems. There we go. The Federation does have its problems, though, mark my words. Alright, I'm gonna eat my other burger while I head over there. I might have the one Joker. What is it? And yes, Hylix, there are some Lost One tribes who have coexisted with Draenei tribes prior to the Exodus. Thank you, Pepperoni. I'm glad you're liking it. I admit I've been feeling very self-conscious through most of the BC stuff because I feel like I don't have as much to talk about per zone. I'm not as worried about that once we get to Wrath, and I'm completely assured that I will be okay. Yeah, once I get to Cataclysm. But for right now, I'm like, okay, let's talk about other stuff while I'm here because I'm running out of stuff to talk about. So I hope you guys... I'm glad you guys are still enjoying. We're actually going to do a little bit of traveling, and then we'll travel back here while I finish eating.
Blessings upon
Yeah,
you.
Pandaria's going to have a lot of lore.
Dionysus.
Holy moly. Easy answer, Hylisk. Remember, the Draenei, prior to Kael'thas and Illidan showing up, were on a world completely dominated by a demon lord named Magtheridon. Forgive me for keep saying it, I just like the name Magtheridon. It's a fun name to say. Anyways. But they were completely dominated in a situation where they were constantly on the run and constantly trying to survive. Zangarmarsh is actually one of the few places that was a refuge for quite a few of the Draenei during this period in history. So they didn't have really the ability to unify. Because they were lost and confused, and there were these groups over here and these groups over here, and just all sorts of Draenei all over the place. So they literally lacked the ability to actually unify as they wanted to. Now, under these circumstances, they're coming with backing. They've got the Alliance at their back, and they've got this unified force, and at last we can unify with our brethren. At last! This also kind of ties into that arrogance thing. At last, now that we can, we have decided to reach out our hand in friendship to you. And that's one of the reasons why the Lost Ones are like, really? Now you're reaching out to us? Now? We needed you before. Where were you when we needed you last time? So, a little tidbit there.
Goddess, bless
It is done then. The Marsh has been saved for now. Don't think for a second this will be the last we hear of the Naga. We must remain vigilant of our enemy as we continue our mission in Outland. By the way, everyone say hello to G-Juice. He's the one on the the fairy dragon right there. Kind of cool. I just like the sound of the name. Every now and again, there's a name I just enjoy the sound of. The way the literal words, not words, vowels, I guess, roll off the, not vowels, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't know the word I'm looking for. I like the way it rolls off the tongue. What's the word for each point of a word, like, elusive is 3, or Bragwin is 2. I can't think of the word for that. I am so out of it right now. Oh my gosh. Syllables. God. Okay, so I like the way the syllables roll off my tongue. Magtheridon. Another name that has always really kind of worked for me is Malachor. More specifically, Malachor 5. The way that one just kind of rolls off the tongue always appealed to me. I'm going to finish my burger. Why would I need cheese when I have tons of vegetables? So, first I'll answer Nicolas's question, because I caught it earlier, but was in the middle of talking. In my opinion, the very first, or the expansion that had the most content in it, was Cataclysm. I know what you're going to say. What? I'm serious. Here, look. This is the content that was added in BC. This is the content that was added in Wrath. This is the content that was added in Pandaria. This and this was the content that was added in Cataclysm. I rest my case. And yeah, Hylisk, that is actually kind of true, really. So another little interesting, funny little happenstance there.
I should not give up.
Oh, by the way, this is the Druids I was talking about. You know, Draenei, clearly Draenei ruins, so this has been a place that's been in here for some time. And yet the water level should be like up there and whatever, you get the idea. By the way, look at all those spikes, man. I hope that mountain isn't the place we're going to. That just sounds dangerous. Anyways.
What do you need, stranger?
Welcome to Oribor Harborage, friend. You have nothing to fear here. We are broken, but we are not your enemies. I am a Kitu of the Kurai, a group of broken who desire to re-establish ties with our new Draenei brethren and their newfound allies. This is actually kind of nice as well, because it gets across the idea that not all of the Lost Ones are broken, are antagonistic. Some of them actually want to reconnect with the Draenei, and that's pretty cool. You know, in the total interest of fairness, the Draenei were actually very advanced, technologically speaking, and magitechnologically speaking. So in the interest of total honesty, if I felt like hand-waving this could be a place that was underwater, like an underwater temple. That is feasible. I'm not going to argue that. I will say that is a hand wave. There's nothing to support that, other than the fact that they have the technology to pull that kind of stuff off. If Engret Arun counts you as a friend, you may prove trustworthy. Please forgive my wariness, Worgen, but I have no idea what you are, and you're frankly kind of terrifying. You are welcome to shelter among us, and perhaps our mutual trust will grow.
Roma, Hect Corta.
The small band of broken you see here is a mission from the larger settlement in Nagrand. The Kurai, as we call ourselves, are broken. Ooh, I already said this. My group has come here to strengthen Kurai ties to the Talrador. If Angarash ogres have their way, this temple will not stand much longer. They have cleared the hewn bog of its towering mushrooms and draw ever closer to our refuge. If you would call yourself friend, aid us in fighting this enemy. Okay.
You come back sometime.
What do you mean, Rory? I mean, yes, I guess, is the answer. The rumors from Turem are unsettling, and that's because we're not doing that quest.
Akal Hector.
You look like the things orcs used to use as mounts. That's true. Wolf riders were actually a very common thing amongst the old orcish society, even before the demonic legion. I don't know, Zwanjerker. I mean, I do know, but I don't know. I really don't. I got nothing. Whoop. The Kurai and the Draenei don't always see eye to eye, particularly on the issue of the Lost Ones. We are content to help the Lost Ones who seek us out, but we won't pursue them. Some Draenei are intent on redeeming them all. However, there are times when even the Lost Ones go too far, such as Daggerfen. They dabble in poisons and deceit, arts that come unnaturally to us. We must put an end to this vile Daggerfen before they can extend their influence.
Luck to you.
Wanted, Chieftain Mumakai, leader of the foul and degenerate Lost One tribe of the Daggerfen, for his brutal attacks against the Arabor Harborage. The chieftain and his band of assassins are responsible for the deaths of numerous Kurai and Draenei, and should only be approached by seasoned combatants. The good news is, he's no longer an elite. Underpowered, underused, and underestimated class? I'm not going to answer the underpowered one. That is hugely a matter of opinion, and it's also more of an answer of spec than it is about an answer of reality. I suppose I should pick up this quest before I move on.
You need something?
Check it out. It's Timothy Daniels. There are some who call me Tim, but amongst my friends, I am the specialist. What kind of specialist are you? If you have to ask, you don't know me anywhere near enough to be using that appellation.
Safe travels.
Am I going to be? Yeah, I am. We'll go ahead and pick up this quest
See
for
you
later.
later.
Bugs. The This marsh is full of them, and my companion here seems obsessed with them. Well, I've had it with bugs. Something far more interesting has captured my interest. To the west, there's a village of lost ones who call themselves the Daggerfen. The whole tribe consists of highly specialized assassins. I've noticed them mixing and using a particularly potent kind of poison. I'm dying to know more about the poison, but I'm going to require a copy of the poison and a sample vial.
Have a good one.
And yeah, that guy is an MI7 agent. At least we're pretty damn sure he is. It's never confirmed outright, but then again, basically none of the MI7 people are ever confirmed outright, other than like 3 of them. So, I mean, duh, right? Hey, Atheru. So, getting back to your question. Ogres must die! You no take mushroom! Wait, that sounds familiar. I guess I don't need to loot these guys, so there's no reason to. So like I said, the most underpowered class is going to depend on spec and perception. Most underused class, that's a little trickier. They actually have numbers. They keep track of how many active players are any given particular class. So there's a literal answer to that. I just don't know what it is off the top of my head, because obviously I don't have access to those numbers right now. I will say the class I see least often nowadays is Shaman. I almost never see... what's LMK mean? I almost never see Shamans anymore. Pretty much the only Shaman I see anymore is my friend Pax. He's it. I don't know if he still is either, Hylisk, actually. That's a good question. And the most underestimated class... Oh, that's actually really easy. Hunter. Let me know. Gotcha. Too many people... Too many people automatically assume that hunters are garbage, and huntards, and stupid, and terrible, and they don't know how to play, and yada yada yada. A good hunter is a freaking death machine. And, yeah, I really don't have anything else to add to that. But because of the widespread underestimating of hunters, for reasons that do actually make sense, I might add, yeah, it's actually very likely that most people would probably underestimate a hunter more than anything else. Yes, Jedi Mew, we actually are going to be doing that quest, and that quest chain in general. Sir Arthur, Blizzard keeps their own figures, but I know a couple of other sites that keep track as well. MMO Champion and Wowhead both are good examples of that. Okay. Whew. So, call me a weirdo, but am I the only one who really wishes we had, like, an ogre-centric story arc, basically? Go ahead, make fun if you want to, it's alright, but I've always found the ogres fascinating, especially their unique culture. Because there is actually quite a bit of culture to the ogre people, and we learned even more about that in Warlords. I knew it! I knew it, Injato. I must destroy you. Only call me a weirdo if you mean it. But it doesn't count otherwise. And yeah, I was gonna say we did actually have quite a bit of a ogre thing with Warlords. Again, I'm not gonna talk about that here. But yeah, we did actually. It's pretty much the biggest insight we've had to them, other than a few specific zones in other works. Well, then allow me to enlighten you. Ogre culture is all about eating lambs in front of someone. You think I'm kidding? That's actually a negotiation tactic that ogres like to use. You have until I finish this meal to finish talking. And then they eat a raw lamb right in front of you. It's intended to be a demonstration of their power. The fact that they could so effortlessly consume the thing. What was I going to ask? Oh, I was going to ask Pax to teleport me to Pandaria. But my viewers helped me out with that, so I don't have to ask him that anymore. I had a thing in the back of my mind to remember to ask Pax something. I know he has a decent level mage. Ah! Stealthers. Nobody likes stealthers. I am also one of those very strange people who, if they made Murlocs playable, I would totally roll one. That's not a joke. I actually would. But what class? Oh, that's obvious. I would be a Murloc Paladin. Once again, you probably think I'm joking. But I'm not. I would totally be a Murloc. Come on. There we go. I would totally be a Murloc Paladin, if given the choice. I don't think they should make Murlocs playable immediately. I think there are plenty of other races that really should be playable before Murlocs are made playable. But I would still totally make a Murloc if they made them playable. A Warlock Murloc? That would be horrifying. They would burn out their lives within like a year. Because Murlocs already have really short lifespans. A Murloc Monk. I would love to see the animations on that. Murloc Druid. Actually, a Murloc Druid wouldn't be that far out of bounds, lore-wise. What? Oh, I need the manual still. Whoops. I need to go back in. Silly me. Okay, so in answer to Isaac's question, yes, there are levels of canon. Basically, any of the D&D books are their own canon. And whether or not the comics and the books are actually considered canon kind of depends on the individual example. It kind of varies. That would be awesome. For the Horde. Or, I mean, for the Ogres. That's what I mean. For the Ogres. I will say this. Ogres are very likely to become playable in the future. And I mean that sincerely. A lot of the background work for that being a thing has already happened. Several of the people on the development team, not just Metzen, but several other people in the development team have said that they would actually like ogres to be playable. As I mentioned before, Warlords was a bit ogre-centric. I'll talk about that when we get there. And they have a lot of animations that have been added to them, and their skeletons were revamped kind of recently, and so forth and so on. So, yeah, I actually wouldn't be surprised to actually see ogres become playable in the future. I would say they are probably the most likely new playable race at this point in time. So, Timothy Daniels, quest giver. Do you search the Daggerfin village? Ah, let's see. They're using Ragvale as a base for the poison? No, that can't be right. Ragvale has no toxic properties. Including Ragvale in a poison is like a rogue wielding two maces. I mean, you can do it, but it isn't true to the essence of your calling. Thank you for fetching these for me. I'll try out the poison as soon as time permits.
See you around.
For those of you not getting the joke, you used to be able to dual-wield maces as a rogue. And it was kind of interesting. I think is probably the best way to put that.
We survive.
Well, you can temporarily play an ogre, Little Billy. Surely that counts, right? That would be awesome, Braven, I agree. The Zangarmarsh threat is contained for the moment, but I'm certain they won't give up that easily. I've forgotten many things since the days of my life as a Draenei, but the stubbornness of ogres is an enduring memory. The centerpiece of any ogre tribe is its leader. Without leadership, the Zangarmarsh's organization will disappear, and they'll resort to infighting to determine who leads next. Although we've seen the ogres out and about in this area, their true strength is concentrated in their Zangarmarsh stronghold to the northwest. It's located in a cave on a small island connected to the marsh by fallen mushrooms. Go there and defeat Gorefist. That should provide us with some well-earned respite.
Go on, then.
Ah, you've done well. The Daggerfin are beyond redemption by anyone's standards, but I'm not certain the Draenei would have acted with the proper speed in this situation.
Roma, Hect corta.
And we've killed their leader, which is excellent. Hang on.
So long. Must not give up. You come back sometime. Peace for you.
So I have a couple other quests now.
I can help you.
Maktu can always see a Draenei approaching in his shiny armor from a mile away, even in this murky swamp. Maktu wants to laugh at them, but then he remembers they have been kind to the Kurai, and he instead wants to teach them how to make Kurai armor. The dark, scaly hides of the Fenclaw Thrashers make some of the best armor Maktu has ever worn. If Xylon can bring Maktu some of these hides from the Fenclaw Thrashers, he'll be happy to share some of his armor.
You come back sometime.
The Whisper did, Nicolas.
We survive.
Oh, jeez, a lot of quests here. Hang on. Before it scrolls off, someone asked me questions somewhere. Where was that? Oh, there it was. Sir Arthur. I don't know if I'm going to the midnight showing. I don't even know when the movie's coming out. I'd kind of like to, but I don't know when the movie's coming out. So, yeah. Hey, Game Over, Scythe. So, so this is a good example of what I meant about the Broken's minds being distorted, just like their bodies are.
What you need, stranger?
Memories of this temple shroud my mind like a thick haze, yet I cannot assemble them into a coherent story. This place meant something to me once. Until I can restore that memory, I will feel as though a part of me is missing. Perhaps the Draenei can help me recover what I've lost. When I speak to the Draenei, I often get the sense that they consider themselves removed from their environment. Many seem to pity my brethren, the Broken, who they say have lost something. We Broken may have lost our inclination towards the light, but our experiences have brought us closer to the land. My people see opportunities where few Draenei do. Take, for example, the venom of the Marshlight bleeders. It has a wide variety of uses, from hunting to healing.
Roma, Hect, Corta.
One of the reasons Ikatu led us to Zangarmarsh was to help open the lines of communication between the Draenei and the Kurai home city of Talar and Nagrand. In order for messengers to pass swiftly between Talar and Telradar, the roads must be secured. On our way here, we were attacked repeatedly by Marshfang slicers. We were able to fight them off, but they would pose a formidable threat to a solitary messenger. Reducing their numbers will help ensure the safety of those messengers. That question makes no sense to me, Ziwan Joker. March 11th? Traveling through Naga-infested lands has shown me the cruel truth about how my less fortunate brethren are treated. At Marshlight Lake to the southwest, I observed a particularly malicious taskmaster playing a deadly game. He orders his slaves out to the islands in Marshlight Lake when he knows that Terraclaw, a giant bogstrock, is ready to feed. I needn't describe the results. We are too few to take on the Naga directly, but we can deprive them of their amusement by killing their pet. But yeah, Zoan Joker, that sentence makes no sense to me. I mean, the ending of a movie or a book or a game has never, like knowing it, I should say, has never really influenced my enjoyment of a work. Or else I would never replay a game or rewatch a movie. You know what I mean? Because it makes more sense, damn it. I mean, duh. More Canada Dry. So, welcome to the bizarrities of Outland. So this isn't really showcasing this as well as it should because of that Z-axis terrain thing I already mentioned. But this is kind of neat. So the ogres had this stronghold over here, and over time, it just kind of drifted and drifted and drifted until it actually detached from the rest of the Zangarmarsh, which is over there. Now, by fortune or by design, I personally think this was design, they actually have this giant chunk of mushroom draped across here as a bridge. Am I the only one who thinks this is just horrifying? Like, this is the only thing that connects you to the mainland. If this were to go away, you'd be stuck over there. Well, they have mushrooms again, so they could try to make another bridge. But I mean, seriously, this is the only thing keeping them connected to anything. I mean, my God. It goes back to that height problem all over again. Uh-oh. Well, shoot. Well, it sounds like, in general, the movie's coming out in June, so I have a little more time to prep for that. What am I killing here? Oh, I'm specifically killing molars. Oh, shoot. I don't have an answer for that, Hylisk. I think this is that inconsistency thing again. Because if you think about it, the western coast probably should actually have mountains on it, and if you're paying attention, it doesn't. So, no, that's not it. Game over. It's basically people just kept constantly asking about and wanting to talk about warlords, and that's fine when we're playing warlords. And I kind of wanted to talk about warlords in warlords. I'd rather not run out of stuff to talk about here. So, you know, if it's asked for, so, yeah, I basically was like, guys, can we stop? I would like to have something to talk about when we get there, so I just kind of put a moratorium on it. And there's lots of dead people in here, of course. I guess the best way I can answer that, Zoan Joker, is it makes sense in my head. Like, if I want to learn about any given period of time, the first thing I don't want to know is the day. Or the date, I should say. That's not interesting to me. The first bit of information that's more relevant to me is the month. I want to know which month of the year it happens. Then I want to know which day of the month it happens. And then, as a completely tertiary thing, something that's least important to me, I want to know the year. You know, if you tell me 0808, well, that's a bad example, 08 12, I'm not going to automatically assume you mean August 12th, because it's the first thing I care about is the month, if that makes any sense. Which it probably doesn't, and that's fine. Favorite music pitch from each expansion? I'm going to count vanilla in this. My favorite vanilla song is the song When You're Dead. Shadows or Whispers in the Dark, or something like that. I forget its actual term. But it's the song that plays when you are dead and running back to your corpse. Favorite in BC is actually a tough one. I'm really torn between the Black Temple tune and... God, that's a tough one. And the Auchindoun, General Auchindoun music would be my next big pick. There's a lot of really good music to pick from in BC, so it's like here in the States it usually is month, day, year, by the way. So in Wrath, I couldn't possibly pick in Wrath. There's so much good music in Wrath. I mean, there's the Icecrown music. There's the music in Icecrown Citadel. There's the music in the Pit of Saron. There's the music in Storm Peaks. I mean, just, it's all absolutely amazing. And I love it. And I don't... I can't pick. I can't pick from Wrath. There's just too many good ones. In Cataclysm... Well, let me think about that one for a moment. It was an accident. I'm not on fire. They were not trying to destroy the planet. And so then we have Cataclysm music. I'm actually really inclined towards the the title screen music for Cataclysm. See you around, Swedish. You have a good one, man. In addition to the title screen, though, I'm also really fond of Zaxxus. Is a good song. The one that is the theme for the Twilight's Hammer, basically. I would also, this is kind of cheating, but another of my favorite songs in Cataclysm is Stormwind's music. Now, you're probably looking at me weird. They actually made a new, more extensive song for Stormwind called Defenders of Azeroth, I believe, which came out in Cataclysm. And it's an awesome song, and I highly recommend it. Excuse me. Then, Pandaria. Ooh, that's also a tough one. Let me think about that one. Ooh, that's actually a tough one. Yeah, see, the thing is, Pandaria has a lot of amazing music. I'm really torn, because it's all amazing. Like, all of it. I suppose if I absolutely have to pick one given song for Pandaria, it would probably be the music that plays in excuse me, in the Alliance landing point, whose name I suddenly can't think of, Honor Point or whatever it is. But there's just a lot of other excellent music in Pandaria. Actually, most people I know refer to it as July 4th, Mr. Blasty. That's a good question. I'm not on fire. Lion's Landing, thank you. I would have to say, based just on my understanding of the broken lore, the Legion is far more interested in getting back through the portal at this point in time. Illidan is at best a nuisance to them right now. Keep in mind, the final Legion plot here was back on Azeroth at the Isle of Kildanis. That's what they were really interested in, so... and so then we have Warlords music. There's actually a specific song in Warlords. It plays at several points, but it's actually called the Foundry. And so the Foundry is probably my favorite song from... Oop, I need to kill these guys. From Warlords. Poor Invincible. That's weird. There we go. Oh, I need to loot these. Right. So let me... Of course, there's a huge amount of really amazing music in, like, every expansion, so picking a favorite is kind of like picking a favorite pet or something, you know? It's insane. I couldn't possibly do it in most cases. It's probably weird, Mr. Blasty. I say probably because I have no perspective on that. I have done month, day, year my entire life. So, I got nothing on that one. My ideal type of pet? Feline or reptilian. So this is as good a time as any to talk about one other thing. I've actually kind of been saving this topic a little bit. And we're finally approaching some lore! Oh my god, lore. What will we do? So, as we find out, back in the good old days, in the long, long ago, I actually do have an answer for that, Hylisk, but ask me in a minute, okay? We found out that there was this gentleman named Ner'zhul, and he was like, "Oh my god, we need to do everything in our power to make sure that we don't, that we get the hell out of Dodge." Now, okay, as I've mentioned before, the original idea behind what, besides bad writing, the original idea behind why, behind why they wanted to open the portals was Terran Gorefiend wanted new worlds to conquer. But Ner'zhul wasn't interested in that. He knew that Draenor was doomed, and he knew that the Legion would be coming, and so he wanted to not have to deal with that anymore. So he wanted to flee. He created a bunch of portals, but there was only one portal he made that was intended to be a static portal. See, things went kind of topsy-turvy. I mentioned that the destruction of Draenor into Outland was an accident. To kind of help add some insight into that. So the original intention was to basically open one massive portal, and then a couple of other portals, and evacuate the orcs through it. Pretty much all of the orcs, with the exception of a small handful. When Ner'zhul got a hold of the Skull of Gul'dan, he went completely insanely evil. We've already discussed that, so nothing to add there. And he decided to open just portals everywhere. So the whole world had portals opening up just everywhere. But this is the original portal. And you can still see it just kind of having sunk into the earth here over however many years. This was the original portal that Ner'zhul was crafting for himself and his elite cadre and the orcs that were with him to travel through in order to escape Draenor. I just think it's a nice touch that this thing is still here. Now, there's actually a couple of other portals still active. Or I shouldn't say still active, but a couple of these other ones still present. We'll see, I think, a total of 3 of them overall. Excuse me. Actually, if you look at it, it's pretty clear this thing fell to wherever it is. So, I don't actually know where this originally was. I don't think this was originally, yes, Prog. I don't think this was originally in the Zangarmarsh. I think this actually drifted here, basically, when things went to hell. Just my take on it. But, again, shrug. There we go. Like I said, we'll see a couple of other one of those. There's one in Nagrand I know of off the top of my head, and I believe there's one in Shadowmoon Valley. Not actually sure about that 100%. Hey, look, it's not an elite. This is so weird having non-elites as I'm leveling. This is just takes some real getting used to. So, what is my explanation for why Kael'thas decided, screw logic, screw sanity, and screw my own people, I want to serve the Burning Legion? Well, if you're paying attention, I've actually already given my answer. But if you just replace the word Durotan with the word Kael'thas, you'll understand exactly why it is that I call that one-to-one. Elite is a type of mob, Prog, a stronger mob, basically. And a lot of these enemies used to be elites, and they're not anymore. So. Permeus, there's dailies to go there for the Netherwing flight, and that's it. But those are some of my viewers who are following me around. That's why I'm grouped with them. I'm not really grouped with them. Excuse me. Oh, okay, words. So, I think Kael'thas was so desperate, and so afraid, and so pushed into a corner, and his people were dying, and he knew it, and he had nowhere to turn. Illidan was going crazy, because of the Skull of Gul'dan, I guess we'll use that excuse. So Illidan was going crazy, Vosh was loyal to Illidan, so Kael'thas' own allies were no longer loyal to him. You know, he no longer could count on them helping and aiding him in his endeavors. So he was so terrified and so desperate. And I want to stress that word again because most people in real life don't really know what desperate tastes like. Forgive me for the quote. But true desperation, you do things you never would have thought you would have done. It is a really horrifying state of being. And so I personally think Kael'thas saw this situation and was like, I need to do something. So he did what he knows how to do, and he reached out magically. And I have no doubt that some particularly aspiring demon lord, or even just a demon, was like, oh, I'll be willing to help you, Mr. Kael'thas. Now, it's possible he was actually reached out to by Kil'jaeden himself. And if he was, he never had a chance. Kil'jaeden is easily the most intelligent, manipulative, and cunning of all of the members of the Legion, even including the Nethrezim. So, that was a done deal, if it was actually Kil'jaeden that reached out to him. We don't actually know, obviously, because this is just kind of a headcanon situation. But, yeah, that's my take on it. And I don't even have to describe the rest of it, do I? Because once you've started making a bargain with a demon, it's basically over. The odds of you coming back from that are very nil, excuse me. Hey, it's Count Ungula. Nom nom nom. Yeah, exactly, Raskor. I've always found it weird that Archimonde's term is the Defiler, though, considering he's such a destructive brute force. Although I guess that kind of makes sense, really, so never mind. Yeah, Hylisk. I actually wouldn't be surprised if that was an addendum to it as well. That he was so starving from magic that he was like, and again, literally out of his mind as a result of, being out of that. Oh, then you are quadruple screwed, Progue. It's quadruply, super, mega, ultra screwed. Theoretically, yes, I'm not on fire. But to my knowledge, that's never actually been accomplished. I'm actually running through my memories here really quick to think if there's any example of that. But I don't think there is. Yeah, I think I can't come up with any example of a broken who has been reverted back to a Draenei. This guy drops him. And yeah, Archimonde is what we would like to call one of those special kids. As in special needs. No insult to special kids, forgive me. So here we can see kind of the underside a little bit of the Coilfoing Reservoir. We'll actually go in there not too long from now, actually. And showcase it off a little bit better. Magtheridon is currently being held captive inside of Hellfire Citadel and being periodically bled for his blood in order to maintain a supply of Fel Orcs to the Illidari army. So that should answer both your questions in one answer. Why are you attacking me? Go away, you stupid freaking fish. Don't worry, though. We'll deal with Magtheridon. We will ensure that he never creates another Fel Orc again, or something dramatic. I don't know. There are approximately 7 million billion reasons why that could be happening, Hylisk, so I don't actually know. is the short answer. Meanwhile, Plasma Skull, who I still don't remember who that is, because their name is Plasma Skull. I'm really bad with names. I've always been bad with names. It's been a curse my entire life. I suck at it. I hate it. And one of these days, I'm just going to replace my brain with, like, a robotic one, so I have perfect memory. Anyways. That right, that's GG Juice. What's up, GG Juice? Yes, you're being helpful, thank you. Such as it is, of course. So that's a good question, Slates. The honest answer is we don't know. We're not sure is actually probably a little bit closer. But there are hints of Old God influence in BC and in Warlords, separately from each other. We don't know 100%. It's never been confirmed 100%. But it is pretty likely... Who are you, Game Over? No, I'm kidding. It is pretty likely that there is Old God influence here. But the extent of it, and if they're the same Old Gods, or if they're just the same race, or maybe there's minions of the original Old Gods, or maybe there's more than the 4 we know about, there's so many details we don't know. So the only thing I could say definitively is maybe. How would I have written the Burning Crusade? Well, first of all, I would completely rewrite the Illidari situation. Have the Illidari be reluctant allies in the fight against the Legion. Have the portal be opened. Have the Illidari be here, under gun from the Legion. Have us work alongside them in order to try and work against them. Give us, through those actions, more insight into how the Illidari work, how the demons work, because there's a lot of lore about the demons that we would eventually get from Illidari demons that we could have gotten here. And really just expand upon both of those things. Also, do something with the frickin' Draenei. I mean, for God's sakes, the Draenei should have been a big deal. I would have still ended the BC, I would still ended the expansion on Kil'jaeden as the main boss. I think that actually works great. But I think I would have made it much more clear that Kil'jaeden was pulling strings the entire time. And then have the moment of revelation happen, close to the end of the expansion, so people are like, aha, we kind of realize what the hell's going on, and that proving to be the point at which the Illidari actually unites with the Alliance and the Horde, and then as one unified force, say the Shattered Sun, we'll call it, just for humor's sake, the Shattered Sun goes after Kil'jaeden. That's how I would have done it, just in a very brief skeleton form there.
Live another day.
Ah, at last. See you around, Zawandruker. You have our thanks in your help in securing our position at Orabar Harborage. I will send word of your deeds to the Kurai city of Talar in Nagrant. There will be many opportunities for our people to work together. Let's go with this one.
See you.
And that sends us to Terakar,
Go
which
on,
we're not doing. So we're not doing that.
Aye. Trade.
Does Xylem have hides for Makto? Oh, these are good hides, Maktu thinks. They make good armor. Who knows? They might be enough for Maktu to make armor for Draenei. The last time Maktu was out hunting hydras for hides at Serpent's Lair, he was attacked by the biggest hydra he'd ever seen. Maktu reached for his spear, but was too late. He had just enough time to escape becoming hydra food. Who knows? Maybe next time Maktu not be so lucky. Maktu wants you be there, so he won't be in next time. Will you help him get his revenge?
Peace for you.
Also, we just dinged. Hang on. Get them in the picture. Ding. Yes, they would, because the aspect power comes directly from the Titans and nothing else, and therefore is not actually tied into Azeroth itself.
Must not give up.
I hope to demonstrate the uses of bleeder venom to Anchor and Harun and the others. Thank you for bringing me this venom. This will go a long way towards making my demonstration possible without depleting my personal stores.
See you.
It's excellent news. This way is still far from perfectly safe, but the messengers are clever and resourceful.
Luck to you.
Thank you, Xylem. Perhaps with the help of the Draenei, this marsh will one day be free of the Naga. I can't imagine what it must be like to be forced to serve them. He doesn't talk about it often, but Maktu over there was once a slave.
See you.
Or Maktu. Yeah, monks are still played all over the place. Let's go help Maktu out. He was a slave once. That feels terrible. Don't do it, Kailash! Also, seriously, don't do that, because we've got, I've got so many other games that have already been requested for Ruminations. I literally have a year's worth of content. Happy birthday, Raskar. Let me say that again. Happy birthday, Raskar. I hope you will live long. Great life. Seriously. Wow, Pro. Guess I have heard that one. The Nether Storm before Draenor was destroyed was called Farallon. Which is actually kind of funny because it was Farallon even after Draenor was destroyed. It was probably the most lush, lively, life-filled area that was in Outland. That'll be very important for when we get there because, well, you'll see. Don't be like me, Raskar. Don't get a cough. If you have the power to avoid it somehow.
Anything you like?
I have considered all such things, yes, Sir Arthur, but I will never do them. Ever. Unless they're requested, in which case I will do them. Maktu is thankful for your help. Maktu's pride is satisfied. He will not be caught off guard again.
So long.
And we are now friendly with the Kurai. Yay. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Okay. One last bundle of quests here for Zangarmarsh, and then we're actually going to go on to Terracaw Forest. What's under the Iron Forge? Well, there's something that I guess the best word for it would be a corpse. So that's, I think, what the answer is that I will give. There is a corpse under Iron Forge. Poor sod. Then again, he did it pretty willingly, so I suppose that's something. But yes, old Iron Forge is down there. What's his name? Give me a moment.
Sounds like Yoda, I do not.
Modimus Anvilmar built the city that's under old Iron Forge. You know, it built old Iron Forge. I should just say it like that. And he was a cool guy. We'll talk about him a lot later. We're not going to talk about him right now. So, hey, I brought you a thing. And she's like, where'd you get that thing? Are you sure that's real? I mean, I knew there was large wildlife in the marsh, but there are giant creatures, and then there are giant creatures. Come to think of it, the Sporelings did mention a story about a fearsome netherway that used to terrorize them. I wonder if the stories are true. Oh dear, I better take that for safekeeping. The expedition will want to know about this.
Goddess watch over you.
Oh, pay no mind to Buddy. He won't hurt you. He just likes to scratch now and again.
He's just a big, lovable kitty. Aren't you, Buddy? Yes, you are. You cute little thing. Your mommy's little baby, that's who you are.
This is Buddy over here. This thing's bigger than she is. Why are you out here? All things in nature exist in an interconnected web, which we call an ecology. Yes, I know what an ecology is. If we're careful not to disturb it and simply observe, we may be fortunate to piece together the complex relationship between diverse organisms around us. Once we have that understanding, we can take the appropriate actions to ensure the well-being of all creatures. Interfere without that knowledge, and will surely cause destruction. I am here to observe the complex interactions between the Sporelings and the Boglords.
Asha Fela.
Oh, good. Help. Finally. There's just so much to do, and I need to stay here and organize it all. I hope you're ready to get your hands dirty.
May the stars guide
We need to learn all we can about the Sporelings at Sporegar and their relationship to the creatures around them. One way to do that is do what I'm doing. Passive observation while making notes. I need you to head over the spawning glen to the west, investigate the whole area, and tell me what you saw. In lore, at this
Illuminate
point,
your path.
pretty unlikely, Hylisk. We're pretty strong at this point in time. And that guy's only level 65. I'm pretty sure I could take him. I actually got into Old Ironforge, or whatever you want to call it, back in the day, in vanilla, specifically. And almost ran by him. And nowadays it's actually, well, I shouldn't say nowadays. For a little bit of time there, it was actually a bannable offense. And then they actually opened it up and made it so that anyone could go down there after Cataclysm because, like I said, there's a corpse down there. Oh my god, guys, I could buy viewers on Twitch. Yes, I'm totally going to do that. You'd think they'd get tired of spamming me. So, this is a Sporeling. We've actually encountered a few Sporelings before, but this is the first time we're really interacting with them. So, you there. I'm going to just do a gnome voice for these guys. You there, you must help us. The fungal giants are devouring all our spore sacs. No, that doesn't sound right. You must do something, or we'll lose our young. The spore sacs start out large and become smaller as the air inside them is depleted. Look for the small, mature sacs and save as many as you can. Us Sporelings and the Bog Lords have never gotten along well. In the past, we've managed to keep them at bay with spears and stones. Lately, they seem to have become more aggressive, or more desperate. They do not fear our weapons. You are much scarier and much better armed than us. If you were to fight them, we'd be forever in your debt. I don't know if you're there, Last Echo, but check it out. We're definitively helping a beleaguered race. Basically doing a definitively good act here. Isn't that nice? With a skilled healer, yes, they could actually heal that person. But it's one of those weird things that tends to exist in fantasy settings. In other words, how likely you are to survive a thing pretty much solely depends on how close you are to a mage. You know, in this case, a healer, a priest, or whatever. And if you're nowhere near one, then your odds of survival plummet tremendously. As an aside, I really like the Sporelings. So again, as I mentioned earlier, the Sporelings didn't actually always they weren't always mushroom people. They are podlings, who are a creature we will be seeing in the past in Warlords, who... Hey, Proxy. Who, damn it, that's right, I need to kill the Lords. Who were really, really, really infected by the Zanger spores, and as a result of that infection, over time, basically mutated into an entirely new species, which is the Sporelings you see before you. Now, the Sporelings are an interesting circumstance, because like so many other races, and indeed there are several... Oh, hey, I finally have Horn of Winter. Yay. Like so many other creatures, they have been crapped on basically their entire lives. They are utterly, utterly screwed. Now, I hate to ask this, but is there any chance my viewers who are grouped with me could stop stealing my loot so I could not have to do more and take longer on the quest? I would appreciate it. Come on. There we go. But these guys, rather than turning into, like, the feral, brutal bastards of the Lost Ones, or deciding to delve into forbidden magic, or desperately wanting to kill everything around them, or giving in to undeath, or whatever other horrible things that other people who have been maligned and horrified over the years have done, the Spore people have basically just holed up in this tiny little area in Zangarmarsh, which we'll be going to next, and tried to just make their own life for themselves. It's like, okay, we just want to live over here. Please leave us alone. And they've got their own society and their own economy and all this fun stuff. It's great. I love it. Nice, Sir Arthur. Yeah, actually, they're kind of Jawas. A little more communicative than Jawas. And a little less scavengy. We're not important enough to be killed. I like that. Don't look at us. Don't look at us. They are the Little England theory. I would say, my minions, go forth and bring forth Operation Bellhammer. And then things would be awesome. Why do you ask? God, that hurts. I really hope this cough is gone tomorrow. I apologize to everyone. Thank you for being patient with me as I've been coughing all over the place today. I appreciate it. We are finishing Zangarmarsh today. That's my definitive thing. We only have, like, a quest hub left, and it's the one we're doing right now. And then we'll be moving on to Terrakar tomorrow. And hopefully not have to lay down just to rest my frickin' throat tomorrow, because it's stupid. Hopefully I will not get more sick tomorrow. That would be even worse. I was actually going to Ashura, but I got distracted by work, if I'm being completely honest about it. But I do intend to do that. Oops, I'm missing 2 spore sacks. I don't have honey. Everyone keeps recommending honey. Given how many throat issues I have, I probably should go ahead and have honey on hand, shouldn't I? Well, that will be one of the thousands upon thousands of things that will be a part of that castle. We'll say like a secondary consequence of it. There we go. Okay. As an aside, even though I like showing these things off, I don't actually like the gemstone jaguars all that much. Does anyone else like them? Like, I'm not saying they're stupid or horrible. They're actually very pretty. It's just not the kind of mount I would normally use, if not for the fact that I was showing off all my rare mounts during this Lorerun. Yes, little Billy. I will have bits of bee DNA built into me so I can control them just like the pain in Metal Gear Solid 3. The Sporeling smacks. Did you get them? Oh, you've done it. You have my people's thanks. I hope you understand. This is where our young come from. We can't let these beasts devour the sacks. How's the Bog Lord Slayer going? Teach those brutes not to come into Sporeling territory. You made it back alive. I'll let the other Sporelings know about you. Xylam the Giant Slayer. So, okay, real quick. The old way you used to do it, you used to have to do these quests several times in order to hit friendly with Sporegar in order to get their quests. You might ask, well, why would I care about getting these quests? Well, the Sporegar are the only ones who give the Underbog quests. So if you wanted to do those dungeon quests, you needed to hit friendly with Sporegar. So this was kind of a thing. In our bank at the time, I don't know how many of the rest of your guys' guilds did this, we actually had those items that I was just looting, the mature spore sacks, and the Boglord tendrils, which are givable items. We used to have just a stack of them in the bank, and periodically we'd go and refresh them, so anybody leveling an alt would be able to just go grab a bunch and immediately dump them on this guy in order to get friendly with Sporegar so he could go do the Underbog quests. I'm curious if anybody else out there ever did anything like that. You're a kind worgen, Xylam. Not like some of the others I've met. Has he met any other worgen? Anyways, you should try to reach the rest of my people. They'll be very grateful for your help. Take these spore sacks to my leader, Mishfin. You'll find him in Sporegar north of here. Ronin. Ronin. There's no good time to talk about Ronin. So tell you what, during our next dead period, which shouldn't happen today, I should have some stuff to talk about for the rest of this. Yeah, Coilfang Armaments, that's the other one we used to hang on to. But next time we have a dead period, probably tomorrow, going through Terrakar, remind me and I'll talk about Ronin there, okay?
Peace be with you.
So, what? The Boglords of Quag Ridge are eating Sporelings? That's not good. Okay, I was wondering why the Boglords were crossing the road to the spawning glen. They must be starving for some reason. This just will not do. I mean, normally I wouldn't get involved, but if they've continued to eat the Sporeling pods, they'll wipe them all out. Here's what I'll do. I'll stay here. You go to the ridge and look for clues as to why they're going after the Sporelings.
Go in peace.
So, as it happens, there's kind of a thing in WoW about stool. I really wish I was making this up. So, there are several quests. This kind of started to be a thing. I mean, this started in vanilla, but this really started going all over the place in BC. There's a quest in every zone in BC dealing with a particular creature's droppings. And this just happens to be the one we're doing for Zangarmarsh, is picking up the droppings of the fungal giants. Yeah. I don't know why that was a thing in BC, and in Wrath, for that matter, and in basically all of WoW. I don't want to know why that was a thing. I don't think it's necessary to understand that particular motivation. So what were the faction leaders doing at this point in time? Yeah, Necron cherries. Ogre-sized fists. So, let's see. Lorthamar was desperately trying to arrange for his people to journey into Outland, and then shortly thereafter, desperately trying to stop his people from going into Outland. I know, Hylisk. I know. Sylvanas was preparing for her war against the Northrend. Seriously, that's like, while the Legion invasion is happening and while the demons are here in the Illidan, Sylvanas is off trying to get ready for going against Northrend. That makes sense, though, actually, because, remember, that's all she cares about. She doesn't actually care about the Legion or the invasion. That's all everyone else's problem. She just cares about revenge. I don't think Cairn was doing anything particular at this point in time, and I know Vol'jin wasn't doing anything at this particular point in time. Actually, I guess that's a lie. Cairn was effectively standing in as war chief back home, as of this exact moment in time. Also, I know this is old hat, but I'd just like to say, Cairn, I would have been so loyal to that man. Cairn was freaking awesome, and he would have been my war chief, you know. I would have followed that guy forever. But instead we got Garrosh, because of garbage and stupidity. Anyways, so Vol'jin wasn't doing anything that I'm aware of. Magni wasn't doing anything that I'm aware of. Tyrande wasn't doing anything that I'm aware of. Fandral was continuing his research into Morrowgrain and all the wonderful things that would eventually lead to. Who am I missing? Gen didn't exist yet, or rather wasn't a racial leader at this point in time. Yeah, no kidding, Rasker. Unfortunately, Cairn didn't decide to come back. He had the choice, but he decided not to, and that is unfortunate, but whatever. What other racial leaders are there? Mekatork was planning for the reclamation of Gnomeregan. Varian was non-existent. Varian was current at this exact point in time. Varian is off fighting in some arena battles because MMO time. He hadn't actually come back yet. He doesn't come back until after BC, but before Wrath. And I think that just leaves Thrall. Now, we know what Thrall's doing specifically, because we'll actually see Thrall in Outland. Thrall is preparing a massive expedition into Outland, and we'll see him as he actually comes here later. So. See, the thing is, it makes a lot of sense that Cairn would move on and become an ancestral spirit. It's just still such a tragedy because, damn it, it was Cairn! Forgive me for quoting Thrall, but Cairn was my brother! Ugh! Anyways, be sure that you collect all the evidence carefully, Death Knight. We're fitting the pieces of a giant puzzle together here. A mistake on your part could lead to wrong conclusions, and then where would we be in understanding Zangarmarsh's ecology? Oh, is this what you found? That's odd. These mushrooms look unusual and yet familiar. I have to go think on this. Don't go anywhere. Ah! That's it! I knew I'd seen this particular phylum somewhere else. To the north is a place known as the Hewnbog. Odd name for a place if you ask me, but I've never been there. I need samples of the mushrooms to confirm my hypothesis. Just be careful, I heard some ogres moved in, so you have to get them. Could that be why the bog lords are there?
Goddess watch over you.
Now, call me a strange person, but I'm one of those extremely rare people who actually likes Thrall as a character. He gets a lot of flack, and a lot of it is deserved. But I can't help. I still like him as a character. He's gone through multiple character arcs that I enjoy, and I find him to be one of the more level-headed individuals in the setting overall, and I tend to enjoy that. Rusty, I actually already mentioned him. Lorthamar, who is the gentleman you were just referencing, is preparing for his people to journey to Outland, and then he'll be preparing for the people to come back from Outland. So, yeah. Thrall gets flack because he's arguably the main character of WoW. That's why he gets flack. Because he receives more attention and focus than any other characters. That's it. That's the reason. Whether you like him or hate him or love him or whatever, that's the big reason why he is so hated. Because he has a very common element in the story, and so he's all over the place. I guess Jaina counts? So I suppose I have no idea what Jaina is doing at this point in time other than desperately trying to prevent the Horde and Alliance from killing each other. Nice, Chengiz. Karen was awesome. Karen was such a great leader. It is such a damn shame, but it's understandable, but it's still a shame. I have been really trying hard to avoid Legion spoilers, so please do not spoil anything for me, but to speak out about it. A lot of what I've seen lately, writing-wise, indicates it's very likely that Thrall and a lot of other people will die in Legion. It is actually very, very likely we will see the deaths of quite a few characters in Legion. Partially because we, the player characters, are officially taking over the leadership spot of the factions, and also partially because of the fact that it helps to emphasize just how freaking impressive and horrifying this invasion is. That this is not just a expeditionary force like in BC. That this is not just some kind of Legion minions like we've seen before. This is the Legion, and it has come for us in full force. It is logical, in character, in lore, for a lot of people to die in such a conflict, and it is logical, out of character, writing-wise, to have characters die in that conflict, because it's just going to be that massive and that horrible. Ah, damn you, Lusab. Progue, that's debatable. Jaina chilled out a lot as of Warlords. She was still anti-Horde, but she was not I want to kill all Horde on sight anti-Horde. She was just antagonistic towards them, if you know what I mean. And understandably so, I feel like pointing out. So I would argue she wasn't really crazy as of Warlords. Hell, arguably she wasn't even crazy by the end of Pandaria, but we'll discuss that when we get there. And I just noticed Raskor said the same thing that I just did. Yeah, that is true, Hylisk. I can't actually argue that. Well, actually, Sir Arthur, that is true, and that's kind of the problem. I agree, by the way, Hylisk, absolutely. Lorthamar was astonishingly understanding with Jaina, given the antagonism between the two. And the fact that Jaina wasn't willing to reach out to him. I'll point this out when we get there, but I just feel like pointing this out. Lorthamar was the first one who was willing to lower his weapons. And that was what reached Jaina, who then was willing to lower her weapons. But I'm getting off topic. But yeah, no, the problem, Sir Arthur, I shouldn't even call it a problem. The logistics that the Legion faces is getting all their forces here. That's the only problem for them. But they are coming. All of them. That's the goal. That's what the Legion expansion is about. They are all coming. No, Jaina is not a Dreadlord. God damn it. And if Jaina is a Dreadlord, I'm going to spit. So, we've turned in the fungi. Ah, we definitely have a match. And the presence of the ogres and what they were doing explains everything. Ah, no wonder it's called the Hunebog. We have to do something about the situation, but what? We can't just wipe out all those ogres. They have every bit as much a right to be here as the other creatures of the marsh. I've got an idea. I want you to head north into the heart of ogre territory. Northwest of the Hunebog, there's a place called Angara's Stronghold, which sits on a floating island across a mushroom bridge. The ogres must be storing the harvested mushrooms there. I bet you find them all over the place, and probably on the ogres themselves, too. Give me a number, and I'll try something about providing nourishment. And so I'm going to just kind of skip ahead here, because I don't need to do the... Oh, actually, that's a really ugly helmet. I'll go and do the quest for the sake of getting the helmet. Okay. It's more like the idea was that Jaina was always a Dreadlord. That's what the Jaina is a Dreadlord thing is about. I really hope Jaina doesn't pull a Garrosh. I am one of those rare people who really thinks Jaina was very well written in Pandaria, and her character arc was very, very logical, and I completely sympathize with her on it, and I've explained that before. The thing is, I could see her going either way at this point, based on what's happened. That's one of the things I actually wanted to do with the merged timeline thing of the Army of Light idea I had. I have several times Equalitas. Balnazar turned into Dathrahan, and vice versa. And of course, Mal'Ganis was hiding as a human. I feel like there's at least one other big one off the top of my head, but I can't think of it. Oh well. Jaina's a synth. No. Yeah, I agree. Jaina, if she goes pushed in the wrong direction, she might actually genuinely snap. And remember, Jaina is a ludicrously powerful mage. She is in the running for one of the most powerful mages in the entire setting. So, an insane Jaina would cause a lot of damage. And is not the kind of thing I want to see. Call me crazy. Remember, this is a woman who nearly destroyed Orgrimmar. Not with an army. I agree, Permeus. Yes, an insane Jaina is like when she really, really wants more candy, and her uncle won't give it to her. And... No, I'm kidding. She actually tends to really like fruit more than anything. So usually she's like, strawberries? Whenever I get strawberries, she's like, strawberries or raspberries? No. Blackberries? No. She loves fruit. It's great. What's also funny is she sees me eating carrots all the time, but she doesn't quite like carrots. So every time she sees me eating carrots, she's like, can I have a carrot too? And she takes one bite, eats it, and then doesn't want any more because she doesn't really like carrots. Equalitas, Nethrazim are shapeshifters. So... No, in-lore Kalagos is becoming the anchor for Jaina. Call me weird, but I'm one of those people who thinks that the rather sudden and abrupt romantic relationship between Jaina and Kalagos is just kind of weird and offsetting and doesn't really fit. It's just kind of a weird thing. Hey, stars. They are quite well, mostly busy and, of course, moving. So, yeah. Aha! Ticket. Yeah, Caligos, as in the current blue aspect, even though being an aspect doesn't actually mean much anymore. No, Equalitus. Nethrezim have the ability to shapeshift into any given form. They're not really limited by shifting into humanoid form, so they can just kind of do that. In the comics, it's actually made explicitly clear. Balnazar actually murdered Dathrahan and then took his place. So, yeah. Oh my god, I need 1 box of mushrooms. 1 box. Just the one. Come on. Oh my god, really? This is... I need 1 box, guys. 1. One box. Oh, we got it! Holy crap, we're done! Oh my god. Oh my god, we're done. We've gotten the last bear ass. Okay. Jesse Cox hates WoW. He's not the only one. Lots of people hate WoW. It is, as I've said, very popular to hate on WoW and Blizzard games in general. You would be amazed how many people I hear hate on this game without any actual logical reasoning for doing so. Which I find hilarious for such an incredibly flawed game with so many obvious things you can hate on in it. Most of the people who hate on it don't point to any of those. They're just like, nah, nah, yeah. And that's pretty much the extent of their argument, is nah. But, yeah. Seriously, though, Caligos? Why Caligos? And before you say because he's a mage, really? Really? Ask Kael'thas how that turned out. I'm a mage, you're a mage, we have so much in common. You're a blue dragon, I'm a... not a blue dragon. There's so many similarities between the two. I'm done. Don't hate it until you try it, except for the Scourge. I don't know, guys. You can. We now have a trial period situation with the Scourge, and then the Legion, and okay. Don't join the Twilight's Hammer. Don't ever join the Twilight's Hammer. You think the Scourge are bad? You have no idea. You have no idea. Okay, so we finally turned this quest in. Aha! We have the mushrooms. Oh, thank you. You've been ever so careful not to disturb the natural order of things, and we've gathered so much information in a short amount of time. Now let's see if our plan to create a new supply chain works.
Elune, light your path.
Come on, buddy. You can join the Scarlet Crusade and torture innocent civilians and burn them to death all you want, you evil bastard. Don't worry, I'll kill the crap out of you and make you join the Scourge afterwards. You know, in all honesty, I would not be surprised if there were still converts and recruits to the Scourge. Willing recruits to the Scourge, you know. And I mean that sincerely, for the same basic reason that we had willing recruits to the Scourge before. I could literally imagine people going to Northrend and just being like, I want to be undead. You know, finding the nearest undead and just being like, here, I'm ready, let's do it. You know? Yes, exactly, they have their free will back. That's my point, Hylisk. It's actually more appealing now than it's ever been. You could join the Scourge and be your own free-willed undead, rather than having to be a slave to the Lich King. Think about how much more appealing that is than the old Scourge deal. And remember, people joined the old Scourge willingly. And yes, Last Echo, that's pretty much my mindset. people tend to think I'm anti-romance in fiction. That's actually not true. I am anti-bad writing in fiction. I am anti... let's have a romance because romance equals drama, and drama equals, player interest or viewer interest or whatever. This is something I've raved against in Star Trek for years. Adding in a romance of the week does not automatically make us interested. Some writers tend to think it's just randomly, oh, here's a love interest, and therefore that's all we need to do. That's lazy. That's stupid, and I hate it. So, moving on. Time to talk to Mishfin. You know, if you have something to show me? Ah, you've helped protect the next generation of Sporelings, Worgen. We can only repay you by welcoming you into our homes. Stay for a bit and meet the other Sporelings. They will have many questions. I hope you don't mind. I've seen your kind use shiny round pieces of metal to trade. We're not actually that different from you. We use shiny round mushrooms. Glowcap mushrooms grow everywhere. You just have to know how to find them. I'll teach you how to do it, if you promise to bring us some for our reserves. What do you say? Okay, well, as it happens, I've been gathering those this entire time. Did you find any glowcaps, Xylem? They're literally everywhere. Ah, this will help us trade with other Sporelings for food and supplies. Sporegar thanks you. That's a good way to get Sporegar rep right there, of course. So I love, as ever, I love any economy that makes sense in what it actually uses. As any because it's a thing that actually has a physical use for these things. It's not just like a coin or a piece of paper to us in real life, which has no use of itself. It is something they actually use for food, for supplies, for construction, that kind of a thing. So they actually can turn their currency into something valuable, which of course makes it valuable to other Sporelings, so then they can trade with other Sporelings. So, yeah. Yeah, I actually saw that too, Equalitus. The wiki is actually wrong, and I'm just going to say it that way. The wiki is wrong. The wiki's like, the Nethrezim possess people. And yet there's only been one example, ever, of a Nethrezim actually possessing someone, and that was in the game, in Sunwell. All of the other possessions have been clear replacements of the original person. And again, we see that with Mal'Ganis, and we see that with Balnazar. So, I don't know why the wiki says that, but, it's a wiki. What do you want? A nice beginning point of reference, not an end. So I just feel like pointing these guys out here. So the names of these guys are hilarious. I didn't actually catch this the first time I played this game. The name of this Sporeling is Hwechu. The name of this Sporeling over here is Gesundheit. The name of this guy over here is Fur. The name of this Sporeling is Kunz, and so forth and so on. Every single one of these has a name that's indicative of sneezing or allergies or something like that. It's just a nice touch. So we're actually not going to do that quest. We're just going to talk a little bit more about the Sporelings. And actually we're going to do one more thing, which means I need to leave group. Bye, guys. Actually, I guess we don't have to leave group. Hang on. I know, right, Prog? It's terrible. Is that? There we go. Okay, we're good. So we'll talk about the Sporelings. They have kind of a tiny little area here. I love the fact that they have their own unique architecture. It's a nice touch, the fact that they actually bothered to have a unique architecture for the Sporelings. They didn't have to do that, and considering this is like the only spot in the entire game that uses that, that's a nice little additive. I also like the insides. The insides, of course, having these nice little, again, fungus-based, literally chunks of mushrooms sticking out of the wall for shelving space and little, the little windows. It's just cool. I like it. Ooh, that hurt. Oh, that hurt. I don't have much else to say about the Sporegar, other than they're a wonderfully innocent little people. I do actually liken them in many ways, all joking aside, to the Jawas, because they're just... so innocent, and we just want to interact with other people, and we just want to help with other people, and they like trading, and they really go out of their way to use their intellect to get themselves out of situations. The Sporelings really are very, very weak. They have like no natural aspects to them that's awesome, you know, that they can use as a defense. What they do have is a great deal of intelligence. They're very much tool users. They're kind of the humans of this situation, if you will. So they trade with other areas, and they negotiate with the stronger powers, and they always try to basically barter or bargain or flat out buy whatever they need to in order to be able to survive. And I just love the fact that amongst all of the horrific, nightmarish, terrible creatures of Outland and all the dangers that exist out here, there's these tiny little spore guys who have somehow managed to make a life for themselves just because they're trying the little "don't notice me" and then working with the other races thing. I just love that. I actually really wish we actually could see more of the Sporelings. So, as you can see here, we've got a magical nexus of power here. Why don't we go and see what's down below? Into the depths. So this is one of the central pipes. One of them. This is actually more like several central pipes would actually be an accurate way to put that. Leading into the depths. Also, speaking as someone who is also a big brother, that's just gross. I don't even have anything else to say about that. And here we perp out, and you'll see most of these pipes are leading straight forward into that. And I'll try to show off a little thing here. Warlords of Draenei, Sigma. Excuse me. Give me just a moment here. So as you can see, there's several pipes that are leading up and around and into there. And it all leads into that area, which we'll actually not be doing for a bit. Well, I actually talked about that earlier at Qualitas, but the basic answer is we don't know. It is an unfinished plot thread, unfortunately. So we don't actually specifically know what Vosh was after. The two most common theories, as I mentioned earlier, are she was trying to make a new Well of Eternity, or she was trying to use it as a valuable resource and use that to strengthen their position and control the rest of Outland. I like the second idea better, but both have sufficient evidence to cover them. So this is the slave pens.
How may I help? Goddess, watch over you.
The Naga are pumping all the water away for their own use, and entire species are dying out as a result. If we don't do something soon, what life is left on this dying world will disappear forever. What are you doing all the way down here? As you can see, it's not exactly safe. You have to help me. We were sent here to investigate the various parts of the reservoir, but my friends haven't come back yet. It's been a long time. So I need you to discover what happened to them. Naturalist Bite and Weeder Greenthumb went this way.
Farewell.
From what Nahud has told me, two mighty creatures, Rockmar the Crackler and Quagmaron, were among the first enslaved by the Naga when they arrived. They helped to subjugate many of the native races of the Zangarmarsh. Though it pains me greatly to ask you to do so, you must put them down.
Good luck.
I've actually done 5-man Death Knights of a lot of these instances. Pretty much all the way up to Shadow
Must
Labyrinth.
remember the light.
My village was able to escape the Naga onslaught at first. We'd have all made it to Nagrand had it not been for my brother. He sold our souls for his own freedom. Now he works here as a slave driver, whipping his own brothers until their backs bleed. Make menu pay, Worgen.
Peace for you.
So yeah, in case you missed that, I'm gonna need some help here, by the way, Mr. 100. So I'm gonna, like, back off a bit here. Because these are 62 elites. Oh, God! Oh, God! Oh, God! Okay. Yes, we know exactly how the Sunwell was made. Basically, one of the vials that was gifted to Dathramir, or hang on, Dathramir? Do I have that name right? Hang on. Let me check real quick. have it written down on my notes. Yeah, Deathramar. I was right. So, Deathramar took one of the vials that was gifted to him by Illidan and took it to Quel'Thalas when they set themselves up here, and used that used that vial, I should say, to craft a new well, because any given vial interacting with a large body of water like that will do exactly that. It'll craft a new well. Also, this whole area is called the slave pens for a reason. Maybe I'm a weird, old-fashioned person, but to me, slavery is probably one of the worst things that exists. So every time I go through here, I just kind of cringe a little bit. Because this is dozens, if not hundreds, of Broken who have been enslaved here by the Naga for the sole and explicit purpose of trying to establish this reservoir. As you can see, they've got some of the other pumps right over there. And they've built all of this in here. All of this was constructed by Broken slaves. And the only real purpose behind it is this whole gathering the water plan, which, again, we don't really 100% know why they did that. But the worst part of it is menu. Something about... I mean... I know of all people that, you know, collaborators are not always, you know, universally evil creatures, but the idea that someone would actually sell out their own people into slavery is kind of horrifying to me. I don't know why I'm looting. Yeah, it's weird, Raskor. Selling people to people that work them to death is a bad thing. It's almost like it's the most, like, I have to actually explain that to people, you know? Oh my god. So that's our first boss, Menu the Betrayer. We'll be fighting him in just a moment here. See if I can solo any of this stuff. Nope. Didn't see. That's him right there.
The work must continue.
Now, in case you're wondering, his
Deserve this.
Yes, you do. His entire motivation for selling his people out is actually very, very simple. This way, he would no longer be in threat of being enslaved. In case you're not catching the logic, as long as they were still free, they were under threat of being enslaved by the Naga. So the only way for him to never be in threat of being enslaved was either to sell out his brothers to be enslaved, or to die. So, I mean, that's just logical at that point. Now, if I'm not mistaken, there's a little lore tidbit here. So let's go ahead and read this here. Menu is one of the Broken Draenei, twisted and deformed by demonic energies unleashed by the orcs. When the Naga invaded the Zangarmarsh, many of these tragic beings desperately attempted to escape the region. Menu chose a different path. In exchange for his own life, he betrayed his fellow Broken to the Serpentine invaders and agreed to lord over his kin as a slave driver. So yeah, he's a selfish, greedy bastard who deserves to die. Like he himself says, he deserved it. Death, I mean. So the next boss is going to be Rockmar the Crackler. Following Draenor's destruction, Rockmar fled into the depths of Zangarmarsh. The energies that had torn the world apart enveloped the behemoth, bolstering its strength and the size at the price of constant agony. The Naga were awed by Rockmar's ferocity, and when they first arrived in the region, rather than kill the beast, they enslaved it, and used the creatures to subjugate much of Zangarmarsh's indigenous life. By the way, this is an interesting kind of... This is how you're supposed to progress. You're supposed to do this. God, this pool is here, huh? He was the king of the slaves, and of course, a slave himself. So, she asked us to look for some of her companions. There's one of them. Here lies the remains of Weeder Greenthumb, one of her companions. By all appearances, he was killed quickly and cleanly, trying to make his escape out of the slave pens. Yes. Okay, just making sure I'm right on things. So, quick little anecdote, because we're not doing the heroic version. There used to be a guy over here, and by there used to be, I mean in heroic mode. There's a Naga here. He is a heretic. He is someone who refuses to follow the will of the Naga and instead reveres Neptulon, the Tide, whatever his name is. And he would be part of one of the quests chains that was involved in all of the attunement stuff. I mention him because he's probably our first insight into the fact that the Naga are not unified. So it's kind of cool in its own right to see that kind of insight, even though he's still arguably a villain since he reveres Neptulon. At least he's nowhere near as bad as, say, all the rest of these Naga that we encounter. So there's our boss, Rockmar the Crackler. As you can see, even the Bogstrok can be severely influenced by fell energies, given how freaking huge he is. And for once, it's not just a big villain, or a big boss, because bosses are always big. He is huge specifically because of the fell energy that was poured into him. Because this way I can do the quests, Hylisk. Also, I can't do these in Heroic on this character. I mean, if I was going to do them in Heroic, I'd have to do them on a higher level character, at which point I'd just be soloing them anyways. That's true, Raskor, but that's also completely wrong. Because we've seen, or I should say we will see, Neptulon actually working against the old gods, and the Naga in particular. Although I'll talk about that when we get there. And of course that plot thread was abandoned because people didn't like Vashir, so... what are you gonna do? As an aside, I like the aesthetic of this place. Again, you'll notice how they kind of really are getting better with their real estate. This entire area is actually quite small, relatively speaking. But thanks to the unique architecture and the fact that there's this giant river in our way, you actually can't just go from one end to the other. Yes, it is, Raskor, and I really, really wish they would continue it. I was one of those people who really liked Vashir. It's my favorite Cataclysm zone. And I really, really liked the storyline down there. It's probably one of my favorite storylines in WoW in general. Because all of Vashir is basically one massive story. Every quest there is all part of the same story arc. And and it's got great atmosphere and great aesthetics and great music. Whatever. Anyways, so let's save this guy. Hey, buddy.
What brings you here?
I almost made it. I came in here to prove the existence of Quagmaren, the most mythical of fungal giants. I got my wish. Sort of. You must set me free. In return, I'll grant you a boon to help you deal with Quagmaren. All right, bite. I'll let you
May the
out.
stars guide you.
Intruders. Uh-oh. Up here, the noise you've been making has attracted some unwarranted attention. No! You're free, buddy. Unless there's a second wave. I don't even remember if there's a second wave. It's been a long time since I've done this quest. I'm gonna assume we're done. Okay, he's safe. He's safe forever. So sleeping in the pool over here is Quagmaren. Quagmaren was once a ruler of Zangarmarsh's immense fungal giants. He was captured by the Naga while wandering the region's serpentine caverns and subjected to excruciating torture. Now this broken being serves his overlords without question, silencing all who oppose the will of Lady Vash. And now he's dead. Very Naga kind of a mindset. Rather than subjugating an entire race... yeah, I will take that. They subjugate the leader of a race in order to ensure that the rest of the race follows them. For those of you not aware of what we're talking about, by the way, there is this entire story arc that I just mentioned going through Vashir that literally, it just stops. It doesn't end, it doesn't conclude. It's like the end of a chapter, and then like you're expected, to turn the page and then continue the story. Well, imagine if you could never turn the page and continue the story. That's how the storyline ended there. Oh, I agree, Hylisk. I absolutely agree. Vashir was amazing and brilliantly designed, in my opinion. Gameplay-wise, story-wise, atmospheric-wise, visual-wise, audio-wise, music-wise. Every aspect of it was phenomenal, in my opinion. Oh, that's right, Permeus. That's why he's there. I'm a fake rogue, as you can see. We still could get a continuation of it. Like I said before, it is not unlike Blizzard to have a story thread dangle for literally years, and then finally to pick it up again. And again, my favorite example of that is fricking Varian. He's not the only example of that, though. To use another, probably a better example of that, the story thread of the Chromatic Dragonflight and Nefarian, the one that runs through all of vanilla that I spent like an hour talking about 2 days ago, that story thread actually continues in Outland, and then was just kind of left dangling, and then finishes up in Cataclysm. That's a vanilla to Cata story arc right there. Yeah, Tyrion was another story thread that was just kind of left there until Wrath came around. Probably Braegwyn. It was so damned popular, and so damn just... Cataclysm receives a ton of hate in general. Shrug. I've already given my thoughts on that. There's really nothing else to add. Why don't I have a run buff? So there's one other dungeon. You'll notice there's kind of a trend here. This is actually going to be true in Terakar as well. So in our first zone, we had a level 60 dungeon and then the level 60 dungeon right after it. Here in Zangarmarsh, we have a level 62 dungeon and a level 62 dungeon. In Terakar, we will have a level 64 dungeon and a level 64 dungeon. Then we will have 2 level 66 dungeons in the Caverns of Time. And then we will have, and so forth and so on. This is probably the most dungeon-heavy expansion, and I like that. I'm one of those people who thinks more dungeons is a good thing. I'm one of those people who is very upset with the lack of dungeon significance in Warlords. It's one of my bigger complaints about the expansion. It's like, come on, more dungeons, go. So, yeah.
Hello, stranger.
Lots of awesome stuff here. I like that in Wrath, too. Wrath also had quite a few dungeons in it. Menu's death will not fix the broken backs of my family and friends, but it will give them a chance to live the rest of their lives free.
Roma, hect corta.
What brings you here?
The loss of life pains me. Thank you, Xylom. When we are all reunited, the Naga won't stand a chance.
Farewell.
Oh, ding! Hang on. Selfie. Make sure you can tell I'm in slave pens here. There we go.
Ishnu Allah.
Did you slay them? I'm glad that their spirits are now free. I wish we could say the same for the rest of their kind. There's still much work to be done elsewhere, especially within the Coil Fang.
Del Nadris.
Let's do it. What, Darth McTaters? Oh, I know, Hylas. I won't be able to get across the full feeling of that this time because I'm deliberately trying to be higher level and higher geared. But I will talk about it extensively once we go to Vashir. Level are we? 66. Perfect. Exactly the level I wanted to be. Because this is... the next thing we're going to be doing on this character is Nagrand. And 66 is exactly what I want to be for doing that. So this is the Underbog, also known as probably the only dungeon in Outland that I'm sick of. Let me explain why. Underbog has the most enemies, the most bosses, in one dungeon. Why does that matter, you might ask? Well, once upon a time, there was this thing called Badges of Justice. Now, Badges of Justice drop off of raid bosses and heroic bosses. So if you want to go farm for Badges of Justice, generally you're best off going to a dungeon that has the most bosses possible. So we ran Underbog Heroic a lot. And I mean a lot. I had this place so memorized. Oh my goodness. Anyways.
I am honored.
Hungerfen and Quagmaren used to jointly rule over the Spore Giants. With Quagmaren gone, the burden rests solely on Hungerfen's tendrils. We have no choice but to put the giant down before he can be enslaved and turned into a weapon. By the way, this is Bite, aka the guy we just rescued from the other dungeon. And here's Watcher Jang, aka the woman we just worked with in the other dungeon.
I am honored.
The last members of my expedition are somewhere in here. We're going to need the knowledge they've gathered and the skills if they're going to have any chance at defeating the Naga. See if you can find Earthbinder Rage and Windcaller Claw and make sure they're okay.
Be careful.
These mushrooms are unlike anything on the surface. They're said to bring great wisdom and clarity to those who eat them. I'm going to bring some back with me to Sporegar. The Spore Giants may be attacking my people today, but the Marsh Walkers have taken more innocent lives than any creature I've ever seen. They are our ancient enemies. Their broodmother, the Black Stalker, resides deep within this bog. If you were to destroy her and bring me her brain as proof, I would tell tales of your bravery to my grandchildren. Also, I just got a quest called Bring Me a Shrubbery. My people used sanguine hibiscus for a number of purposes. It grows naturally only in the Underbog, and many of the bog's denizens have taken a liking to it. If you could bring me some, I'd be very grateful. And then there's just evil laughter for some reason. Whoops, I have Path of Frost now. Let's put that over there. Bring me a shrubbery is repeatable. In fact, it's basically the way to hit Exalted for Sporegar, which obviously we will not be doing. So this is actually a neat mechanic. So these things get really big and really powerful the moment they see you. But after a little bit of time passes, the buff goes away. So once the buff goes away, they're much weaker and have almost no capacity to actually deal with you anymore. And I just kind of like that for making a degree of sense. It's like, oh god, quick! Gotta fight the enemy! Okay, I'm worn out. Give me a minute. That's pretty much the equivalent of what those trash mobs do. It's pretty cool. So, as was pointed out in chat, Mechanar was the other good place for farming badges. And occasionally, just for the sake of variety, we would actually go and do Mechanar. But, I don't remember why. We had a specific reason. I think it's because of the fact that the group we were doing it with wasn't actually all that geared, so we actually had a hard time doing Heroic Mechanar. So, yeah, we didn't. This dungeon was much easier. I know that person was not me, because I'm the one who tanked Zul'Gurub 4 chest. So, you know. Nice, Grunge. So this is our first boss, Hungerfen. Unlike his ally, Quagmaren, the great fungal giant Hungerfen has thus far eluded enslavement by the Naga. Nonetheless, he remains aggressive to all outsiders who tread into the deepest caverns of Zangarmarsh. Oblivious to the Naga's machinations in other parts of the region, Hungerfen spends most of his time tending the Underspore, an ancient plant said to be his most valuable possession. Well, we're gonna kill him. Modest Bark! Woo! Arcanist! Woo! Now this is the plant in question, the one that he's been tending all these years. And yeah, so BC was also the introduction of another idea. Skinning if you weren't a skinner. In other words, miners could skin, like, rock giants and whatnot, and herbalists could skin, you know, these kind of things. You know, very simple, actually. This place was an herbalist's dream, and there were several runs we would do of the Underbog, purely in order to have an herbalist come through and skin the entire place dry. So once again, this is another example of using real estate. This place is actually smaller overall than the excuse me, than the slave pens, and yet because of the use of vertical space and going through tunnels and whatnot, it feels a lot bigger. To give an example what I mean, that right over there is the end of the dungeon, and that, you can't quite see it, but right behind there is actually the beginning of the dungeon. It's all in this one little spot right here. I am now friendly with Sporegar. Yay. As you can see, there's plenty of Merkblood and Naga around here because they're bastards. Debatable Jedi, but considering the fact that we know for a fact that Neptulon and Therazane were willing to fight against Unzoth, and Unzoth had to actually bargain for the loyalty of both Ragnaros and Alakir, I would say no. So in response to Hylisk, we don't know exactly what that plant was. Excuse me. However, I do have a theory. It's a pure headcanon, so I just want to make that clear. Like I said, we don't know exactly what the plant was that he's been tending for years and years and years and years and years. But the... nice, rather. But the general concept here is that the plant, at least again in my headcanon, is something that he has been... It's leftover of the primals. It's like the last surviving plant of the old primals. And he has been tending it carefully to keep it alive all this time since all the other primals have died off. So this is a fun boss. This is Gazan, also known as, I think, the third at this point Godzilla boss in the game. And it's not even the last one, too. If you jump into this pool without killing him, those little fishies will eat you to death. So you have to wait till he comes up here and then kill him instantly because we have a level 100 with us. I suppose I should read his lore just really quick here. Gazan. Historians have long disagreed about whether the immense hydras of Azeroth and Outland share a common ancestor. What is clear, however, is that these ruthless creatures have existed on both realms since ancient times. Gazan is one of the most infamous and fearsome hydras in Outland. Under the control of Lady Vosh, this ravenous fiend has stormed the lower reaches of Zangarmarsh to terrorize the denizens therein. Actually, no. I've been having that problem more on Death Knight than I have on my Redditon. At least in the experiences I've had so far, going through Hellfire. Which is admittedly all I've done so far. Exactly, GG's. The next boss... well, hang on. Let's go ahead and talk to this guy really quick. I do like how this place feels more plant-like and fungal thanks to the textures. It's a nice touch. So there's a druid over here hiding. There you are. Hey, buddy. Thank goodness for you. Claw and I were investigating this place when we were jumped by Swamp Lord Muslek. Unfortunately, Claw was caught in the bear form at the time, and is now the Swamp Lord's pet. I'm afraid you'll have to fight Claw in order to save him. So, this is an interesting circumstance. For those of you not aware, druids have druid forms. Cat form, bear form, flight form, travel form, which is technically 2 forms now, but originally was ground travel form, and then there was aqua form. Boomkin form, tree form. Because of the way Druidic magic works, they pretty much flat out convert themselves into that type of creature in most ways that matter. They've still got their mind, of course, but they are effectively a bear. It's not just, you know, they take the form of a bear. They are a bear for the duration of it because of the way Druidic magic works. I mention that because people had theorized back in vanilla if an extremely talented hunter existed... Oh, hang on, let's turn the sound back on. If an extremely talented hunter existed, could they tame a druid? So... So that was an extremely talented hunter who just tamed a druid, as you can see, and this is him going back to regular form. Yeah, he literally means his pet.
I've been expecting.
Oh, how embarrassing to be taken as a pet by a hunter. I owe you my life. Now that you've freed me from Uselek, I'll be able to find my way out.
We shall meet again.
This also says something about how closely connected the Broken are to their particular form of spirits. The fact that he is... Remember, hunters are actually a form of druids, really. And so he is that sufficiently skilled of a hunter to actually tame and command a druid. That's not insignificant. So this upcoming boss is actually one of my favorite bosses amongst this particular bundle. In fact, I'd say of the 2 dungeons we've done, this is actually my favorite boss. This guy has an ability where he just grabs you and flings you up into the sky for a bit. And we'll not see that, because we're going to be one-shotting him, as you can tell by the maniacal laughter. But yeah, this is the Black Stalker. The Marshwalkers of Outland are towering creatures that prowl the wilds, feasting on any lesser creatures they come across. The Sporelings of Zangarmarsh tell tales concerning one of these predators, a particularly ruthless beast known as the Black Stalker. Broodmother to all the Marshwalkers, it is said she emerges from her lair in the Underbog only to satisfy her hunger for delicious Sporelings. Now, all joking aside, Marshwalkers are actually basically apex predators. These things are very top-notch creatures. They have lots of reach, they are very durable, they are very strong, they have multiple, very capable appendages, etc., etc. So it's no surprise that this would be like the greatest threat to anything in the entire area. Also, yeah, banishing a warlock. Or how about paladin fearing an undead? Oh, wait. Anyways, so we're going to turn these in, of course, because that's what we do.
Ishnuala.
You've done all of Zangarmarsh a favor this day, Silam. The spore giants may be naturally aggressive, but they are still a vital part of the ecosystem.
Farewell.
This place is mostly free from the Naga, but is still deeply tormented. I don't know how much longer we have. You have returned. Does this mean the Black Stalker is no more? Ah, the Black Stalker is dead! Normally I would not revel in such butchery, but the pain the Great Mother and her brood have put my people through over the centuries is unspeakable. You have my deepest thanks, brave Death Knight. And he gives you a really nice trinket, actually. It's a bind on equip, or on equip effect. You gain health whenever you kill something, or you gain mana whenever you kill something. Pretty helpful, actually. Were you able to gather the hibiscus? Oh, these will do nicely, but we can always use more. Maybe you'll find yourself in the Underbog again soon? And repeatable to get rep with them.
What brings you here?
Soon we'll all be together again, and I owe it all to you. We'll bring the Naga down before you know it. They won't stand a chance.
Goddess watch over you.
Yay. Now, I'm not sure if I'm high enough level to even walk into this the Steam Vaults or whatever. SV. Yeah, so Steam Vaults. I'm right. If I am, I'd like to do that now, because in my opinion, even though this is actually a level 70 instance, and those are level 62 instances, it's best story-wise to go straight from one to another. So that's what I was intending to do originally. If I can't walk in here, then oh well, basically. Now, I've actually healed this place at extremely low level, and it sucked. I did it, managed it, but oh my god. Looks like I can go in. See, each instance has a recommended level and a required level. Okay, looks like I can't actually get the quests in here. And if I can't get the quests, there's no reason to do this. So give me just a moment to look up what level these quests are. And we'll come back then. Damn it, hang on a second. I'm pretty sure it's 68. I'm almost positive it's 68. But I want to verify. $67. I have to be 67 to get these quests. So yeah, just a little bit too low. Oh well. Guess we won't be doing this right now. The best dungeon in BC? Oh, that's a tough one. See, for example, several of the Caverns of Time dungeons are really, really good the first time through. and then really, really tedious the second time through. So it's kind of hard to call those my favorite, even though Old Hillsbrad is a really, really well done dungeon. It's just really, really well done the first time. Other than that, I'd have to think about that as far as which one I think would be the next best dungeon. I've always had a fondness for Architrave, I admit that. And, I also rather like Shadow Labyrinth. And I admit I have some nostalgic enjoyment of Hellfire Ramparts HFR. And I admittedly really do like the Mechanar. So, yeah, pretty much, Raskor. The caverns are pretty much, here's some background lore. And that's pretty much the full extent for why they exist. Okay, so my alliance's next stop will be in Nagrand. So I'm going to go ahead and make that trip. We're actually going to cut off for the day. And tomorrow we'll actually be starting Terakar on our Horde character. You're supposed to get the quest, so that's actually a good question, Hylas. Basically the answer is it isn't. The Caverns of Time quests don't really slot in anywhere with the rest of BC's story. So that's kind of a thing. But the other catch there is I don't know. I think I'll talk about that tomorrow. I might actually start off doing the Caverns of Time quests tomorrow. That might not be a bad idea. I definitely want to do Old Hillsbrad by myself, basically. But yeah, they're their own story arc. And I think we could go ahead and start this off tomorrow, maybe. Even though that doesn't quite fit, but it doesn't fit anywhere else, and I'd rather not interrupt the rest of the story arc. Like, for example, what I could do is I could get to the end of Netherstorm and the end of Shadowmoon Valley, but once I do those, I'd like to go ahead and do the raids that's relevant there, you know, when I get there. So that's more likely what I'm inclined to do. So I think tomorrow we'll start off with the Caverns of Time. Oh, by the way, this is a sneak peek as to probably my favorite visually speaking zone in Outland. Drink it in. It looks amazing in my opinion. There's also a ton of lore to talk about here, but most importantly, the fact that there's this wonderful green, lush terrain. Yeah, this is actually really awesome in many, many different ways. But again, I don't want to get too much into that. I want to save some stuff so I have things to talk about tomorrow. Hey, by the way, you see that thing over there? That giant chunk of diamond? That'll be relevant too. How old is WoW? WoW came out in 2004, I want to say? Not quite that much, sure you. But there's a lot of lore here. There's a lot. Also, everyone's favorite broken Draenei is in this zone. Which is funny because most players who are Horde only have no idea what I'm talking about. But I bet a lot of you Alliance players, you know who I'm mentioning here. I'll discuss it, Schmeidolf. I'll discuss it. Don't worry, don't worry. There's a lot to talk about Nagrand, and the fact that this place is kind of a small miracle, I think is probably the nicest way to put that. But first I need to remember where the flight path is. I haven't actually been here in a long time. There it is. I was right. Then grab this. Exactly, Permeus. And everyone's least favorite orc is also here. Sigh. Who's that? That's not who I want. Although that is a blood elf, which is weird. The name of this zone is Nagrand. Ancestral home of the orcs. And is this it? Where's the frickin' inn? I don't know where the inn is. Wait, I think I know where the inn is. I think I know where the inn is. I think this is the inn. I'm right. Excellent. Okay. I will see you guys tomorrow, where we will be discussing Terakar and not Nagrand. we'll be going over here to do Terakar. So, see you around, guys.